Muted on. How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Aristel.
And we'll sell and no Fenurian again because he's been bushwhacked by his work, as per usual. And
I'm gonna have to
unfortunately,
swap
it seems
the
like he's out for
before you
holiday.
continue. Let me swap the channel location.
What?
We're
What have
getting
you done?
we're getting lag in Discord, so I'm switching it to US West real quick. Okay, that should make it a bit better.
How does it know every time? So, the start of the show. Better ruin the speed.
Yep, there we go. Now we should be able to hear you. That's better.
Hello, hello, hello.
That's better.
Yes. Anyway, I don't know what you did or did not hear because I am not the one who has the ingest stream. So, yes, we're here and we don't have Fern because Fern is working because of various reasons, including flooding et al. Oh, I need to change my character's mode over to tune break because I don't have Chisa. Right. Anyway, unfortunately, Fern won't be here this show. He's off doing stuff. Sometimes he can come in late, but I don't think this is one of those times. So we will just improv with whatever we've got available to do. If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us an email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at @noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in our Discord server, the best place to get in contact with the show hosts and talk to other listeners of the show. You can do so by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. So this week on the show, not a lot happening in any of the gotchas. I've got some East to talk about. Paul might have some stuff.
There's some bits and pieces I can muse on, but no big news this week.
So, yes, we'll do that. I guess we'll just go ahead and get started on weeks then, and I'll continue to interject my stuff before we get to the gotchas. Gotchas eat all the time. So we'll start with that, I guess. We got this week the single player video game project took full priority in everything. Gotchas felt like work every single day. I had to log on and do dailies because I had other games I wanted to play. So I beat the last boss of Oath and Felgana last week. It was a good boss. It took many attempts of learning how to dodge them balls, and eventually finally got the pattern down and beat that boss. And it was fun. It took about what, hour and a half. You were watching the entire back end of those last attempts.
It was, how shall I say? It felt very old school.
Yeah. There is you wait for the boss to do the attack that opens them up, and then you try and cram as much DPS in during the DPS phase, and then you try to get as much damage in as you can during the vulnerable phase, transition him to phase 2 while still dodging attacks. So it was a very, very traditional boss fight. So, but I liked him. I thought he was a good final boss. He felt appropriate at hard difficulty. So yeah, pretty much right away I started E6 Arcana pitched him right after. My final verdict on Oath and Felgana is, as a complete package, it's probably one of the best East games. Just because the gameplay is so tight and the story is competent. Like, the story isn't exceptional or anything, but it is competent. And I enjoyed it quite a bit. And just the game flows so good while you're going through it. And on hard difficulty, the bosses have enough pushback without being frustrating that it's a lot of fun. And I genuinely enjoy the extra effort they went to make sure that all the bosses have different mechanics on the higher difficulties. That was something I greatly appreciated. So I enjoyed my time immensely with Oath and Felgana. It's actually I stopped and noodled out my favorite East games uh, when I was talking to Ibu earlier in the week. Let's see. Right now, it sits probably. That's right. I put it at the top. I think it's my new favorite one. It goes East 3, Oath and Felgana, East 8, Lacrimosa Adana, East 0, Origins, East 9, Monstrum Nox, East 4, Memories of Celceta, and then the game we're getting to after I finish going over all that, Arcana Pishtum at all the way down there near the bottom of the list, East 6. East 5 isn't localized, so it doesn't have a spot on the list, and East 1 and 2 are a experience that you should probably go through if you enjoy the series, but you go through it to kind of like a what's a good way to put this? Like you go into a museum.
So to improve your ability to appreciate the content of the other ones.
Yeah, there is relevant story there, especially for Origins and the games that happen earlier in the East timeline, like 4 and although Nordics hasn't referenced much of what happened there, but one of the characters from East 1 and 2 does show up in Nordics, which surprised me. So I cannot beat these solo. Not doing enough damage. Not while talking anyway. But yeah. But it's worth it to get the context, the proper context in game. But it's presented in just a juiced up version of the PC 88 or whatever its equivalent was when East 1 and 2 came out, with bump combat and everything. Like you do that stuff with a guide open to tell you where to go for especially East 1, and you just experience it. You don't so much play it like you would a traditional video game. So I don't really count them the same. Although I do recommend it before playing East Origin, especially. Don't die. But yeah. So that's the East games leading up to Arcana Pishtum, and you'll notice of the actual East games, Arcana Pishtum is favorite. And apparently East 5 is even worse, the one that hasn't been brought over, but it's the only East game where the majority of the game I've been like, kind of just want this to be over. Like there's a whole it is important for the lore of the East world, and that it explains what the heck happened to North America. Ow. Ow.
So bad at these. They always take me forever. Ooh.
Push me, bro. Ow. So yeah. But yeah. So why do I have problems with Arcana Pishtum? Well, the first thing that I have problems with is the difficulty. Because the difficulty selection in this game is not like Oath and Felgana. It's not setting you up to pick a difficulty where it's tailored the enemy health and damage very carefully, and each boss has unique mechanics depending on how high you go up in the difficulty, with a whole lot of effort put in. No. You're not actually picking a difficulty level when you pick murder the baby seals.
You killed all of the You killed all of the seals.
It did.
You monster.
Dogs eat seals.
Do they?
I don't know. I mean, they probably
Pretty
would.
sure leopard seals would eat dogs.
Not one's that tiny.
Well, those are snow fluff seals. They're afraid of everything.
So yeah. All you're picking when you pick a difficulty option in Arcana Pishtum is how much grind you want to do. That's literally the only significant thing that the difficulty does. because of the way stat scaling works in that game. You either meet the threshold to do damage to a boss or you don't. And there is only one good boss in the game, and I ground out to fight him. And he was a good boss. He's the only good gameplay part of that game. And it was not worth it because you have to grind until level 53. And for context, when you hit to level 52, enemies in the final dungeon start giving 1 experience to 5 experience each, and it takes 15,000 to level. This grind is 100%,
Well,
100% not worth it. There are ways to make it go relatively quick in about an hour, but just sitting there mindlessly killing junk for an hour, hour and a half to be able to fight this one boss, not worth it. If I didn't have a podcast to listen to, I would have gone crazy. Um, but that one boss was okay and fun. Learning the story of North America and the Canaan Islands that are there at the center of the vortex that now sits where North America used to be is was fun. Gameplay, no. It is the most. It was their first time doing this. What's called the Napishtim engine because it was the first game to do it with the top-down isometric view with combat that way. And oh boy, does it show! And they just did not have any idea how to balance it correctly. They still had that very old school mindset, and they needed Oath and Felgana to refine everything into a significantly better experience. So all in all, if you need a quick East game to play and you're already into the series and want to know some key lore bits, Ark and Napishtim's good for that. If you just want a quick little experience there. Otherwise, the gameplay itself is quite bad and does not get a recommendation, and certainly is not one I would recommend as people's first. So that's Ark and Napishtim. I think it took, if you subtract the grind of the time I left the game open, took about 7-8 hours on hard difficulty to beat. But yeah, whereas I might consider going back to Oath and Felgana to do those bosses on Nightmare because they're a genuine mechanical challenge. I would never ever go back to Ark and Napishtim and 100% that game by playing it on Nightmare because the grind increase doesn't just reduce EXP gain, it increases the cost of everything in the shops by a significant factor. Like, it costs 100,000 upgrade materials to get the final weapon upgrade on normal. On hard, the difficulty I played on, it costs 250,000. So we're looking at more than double the cost to buy crap. So even on a casual playthrough, it's just not worth it to play it on the harder difficulties because all you're doing is making it so that you can't you have to grind. And the grind's already really bad in Napishtim. They did not do the thing with Oath and Felgana where when they remade the game, they focused especially on the dungeons and made the dungeons much bigger and longer, so that as long as you're killing everything, you'll relatively ground up. No. It's just you're going to get to the end of the dungeon, not do enough damage to beat the boss's defense point value, and have to go back and punch stuff until you get like 3 points above whatever the threshold that makes you not do scratch damage is. So yeah. And that's it for Ark and Napishtim. There's not a whole really worth staying on that one a whole lot. It's only important if you're into the East world and care about the story. So yeah, recommend skipping that one unless you really just want to know more about the East world and play a relatively lore heavy game. Let's see, and then we get to E7, which I have started but did not get very far in. This is to be determined because I haven't played it yet. Obviously, I haven't finished it, but you just leaving this here.
my turning circle is not great. No, you cannot turn unless you move very slowly.
Yeah. So yeah. Where was I going? Oh, E7. I put it down pretty early. It's a very early version of the party system that was refined in E 8 and 9. And oh boy, does it show. Already amongst the party system games, I knew it was going to be the worst because it's going to have a whole bunch of silly jank in it from being, the first game to do it. And for those that haven't played the party system East games, the biggest mechanic in them is each party member has an assigned attack type, pierce, slash, or blunt. And there are some enemies, quite a few enemies, that will be specifically weak to one type. And if they are weak to one type, they are resistant to the other two types, and there is no neutral damage.
No, shot. Those birds are dangerous.
They are dangerous. I would love to hit it with Lupa's abilities, but they all do ground shockwaves, and this thing keeps hopping.
At least you didn't get one shot. That's problematic.
Yep. So yeah, the problem here is whereas in at least in 8 and 9 they just were like, okay, if your character does not have an effective attack type against this enemy, like if you're using a pierce character against something that requires slashing damage, you'll only do half damage. In E7 you do scratch damage, like 1 and 2. The type difference is real. So it forces you to run one of each type in the party at all times, and it's a big redeeming gameplay feature. However, though, is you do get to play as Dogi. Finally, it's the only game in the series where he's playable.
Not being the quartermaster.
He's basically your home base housekeeper. He'll find a reason to come bust a wall usually. In Oath and Felghana, he's actively involved in the story, but he works separate from Adol. So they meet up a few times, but he's and he rescues Adol by Kool-Aid Man in a wall that after Adol beats a big scary ice dragon. But other than that, he doesn't get to shine in the spotlight in his own story, or the story happening in his home region. And in all the other games, he's just stuck at base. He usually gets a cool cutscene or two at least in the later games, where he gets to either break a wall or do Dogi things. But he's actually playable in E7, which is very interesting. He's just a standard like heavy attack bludgeoning fisticuff user. But yeah, I don't know how deep his kit goes or what his character can actually do. Because I did not make it
walls, presumably.
Yeah, there are walls. Dogi doesn't have an. Adol got an element when he talked to a magic rock. He got the light element. Don't worry, Adol gets powers from magic rocks all the time. This is totally normal.
It's just like he goes places and the rocks, they're just magical.
Oh, the rocks aren't just magical. They all seem to talk to him for one reason or another.
Do they know each other? Like, what's going on here?
Don't worry about it. Grappled to that thing you opened, and now I am way in the sky. But yeah, so he gets an element. There are walls with a red sigil on them, and Dogi doesn't have an element yet. So it's possible that he gets the power to break through walls of even harder than normal. So yeah, don't know where that game's going. It's set in Africa, Northern Africa specifically, in not Carthage. And a lot of people before E7 apparently that don't know history were like, man, the Romans are so mean. Like, and Falcon was apparently like, Romans are mean. Wait till you meet the Carthaginians. So we have Altago, which is not ancient Carthage in that game. But yeah,
it's actually quite recently, like very recently. I think even might be this year, maybe late last year. There was a bunch of archaeological revelations because because the Romans are the Romans, the scholarly consensus amongst the sort of people who become the scholars who form the scholarly consensus, you know what I mean, um, was that most of the appalling things we thought about Carthage was just Roman propaganda, but there's been recent archaeological revelations that no, actually it was way worse. The Romans were kind of soft pedaling it.
Yeah, I can believe that. So yeah, the king of not Carthage is nice. Everybody else in not Carthage is out to get you, and the king is only nice because he is the obligatory. The good king is on his deathbed and will die soon at the start of the story, and he not dead yet, but he could be. So yeah, that's E7 though. Haven't got very far in it. It's been relegated to the current Steam Deck game. Whenever I have my Steam Deck, I've been having to stay after 5 o'clock a lot at the office, so I've been taking my Steam Deck because I'm mostly playing the hurry up and wait game after 5. And while I could make more work to do by the end of a full work day, anything I make myself able to do work related. There's dangerous consequences for being tired when you do that. So I've just started bringing the Steam Deck and playing Steam Deck games. It is a little janky to get to work on the Steam Deck because you got to download a specific version of Glorious Egg Roll, a version of Proton, and get it installed. But once it's installed, the Steam Deck Steam OS just knows it's installed as somewhere on the drive and will load the game through that if you just tell it in the properties of the game. So figuring
This
out
robot goes.
yeah, figuring out that you needed to install it and that was the version was the only tricky part. Why do they remove your map when you get grabbed by a robot?
They said they're going to fix that in the next patch.
Yeah,
Though I think they said that last patch as well. Not 100% sure.
yeah, because that drives me nuts. Because every time I jump in a robot's hand, I have to get out of the robot's hand and then look at the map, see where I need
Check
to
the
go.
map again. Try and remember what direction you were pointing at the time.
Yeah. So yeah. So that's all the smaller East games. The reason I didn't make it very far in East 7 is because East 10 came out, and these games are not they're not chronological. I don't need to. They're all relatively isolated stories. And even then, East 10 is the currently in the timeline. It takes place immediately after the earliest games, which are East 1 and 2, if you don't count Origins, which is a prequel from 700 years ago. So so East 10 came out. Pretty much all my free time today, and I had a long work day yesterday, but I stayed up way later than I should to play more because I was having fun with it. Has been put into East 10, and
Let's just go back the way we came.
I've got some notes about East 10.
Oh boy, he's been note taken.
I sent you the notes.
Yes, I did just go straight back the way I came, I think. It's one of those robots. It chucks you to another robot.
Play volleyball. They play catch. So yeah, East 10 uses a totally new combat system that takes a heavy inspiration from the party system, but the parts of it that have been ported over to the new system have been tweaked pretty much all for the better. One of the big problems with East 9 and 10, well, I say problems, one of the quirks with its combat system that can trivialize some stuff is the flash guard and flash move system, or flash dodge. Basically, if you dodge at the last moment of an attack, right before any attack would hit, you would trigger bullet time and get in reduced SP cost to use skills. So you wouldn't have to use as many skill points to use skills, which means you can use spam skills like crazy, and you would be mostly invulnerable during it. If you flash guarded, you got 100% critical rate, which was timing a guard perfectly when an attack was incoming. You got 100% critical chance for 5 seconds, and all of your you would get a significant refund to your SP, and your extra gauge, which is your super attack gauge, would get a massive refill. And now, remember, this is Falcom in the Cold Steel engine for the party games. Now, there are some attacks, a lot of attacks, that stay active for multiple frames. And you see where I'm going with this. You mash the flash guard button while that attack, like that breath attack or whatever, is on top of you, and just flash guard 50 times in a second and instantly refill your super bar. As well as reap all the benefits of the normal flash guard. And then flash dodge at the end, you're completely invulnerable. You have 100% crit rate, and you've just refilled your super meter. And you've refilled your SP meter, and all your skills cost less. And oh, by the way, while using your super, time stops, and you keep all these bonuses even after it expires. So, the party system games were the only games I would recommend even to normie players. If you want any type of pushback from the game at all, you should play these on Nightmare. And I played all of those on Nightmare out the gate. Well, I didn't with East 8, and I went back and put it on Nightmare because it was my first one. First East game where I really sat down and played it. This has been totally reworked. Flash move or flash evade or flash dodge, whatever you call it, is just gone. Doesn't exist anymore. Not in the system anymore. Instead, dodge exists, but basic dodges have greatly reduced iframes than they did in the other games. You do dodge a bit further, and the dodge is a bit more responsive. But their primary purpose now is to dodge blue attacks, which are always projectile attacks so far, ever since they've been introduced. And if you dodge a blue attack, timing doesn't really matter. The dodge iframe window just has to be active. It doesn't have to be perfect. You can launch a counter attack, and you'll dash up to the target and do a really big, heavy hit, and are invulnerable during the counter attack. So that's nice. Now the dodge has a designated function without being, just spam dodge, and you'll eventually get a flash dodge and be functionally invulnerable. And they have changed flash guard. Flash guard now works. The button flash guard is assigned to has a lot of functions in this game because it doesn't just guard. But for the purposes of keeping topics consistent, flash guard now still gives you a flash guard that nullifies all damage when you hit it, but it no longer gives you 100% critical rate. It no longer makes you invulnerable. Instead, what it does is when you do a perfect guard by pressing the button at the exact moment an attack hits, your next attack that is called a duo attack, when you control both of the active characters at the same time, you use a duo skill, it will do more damage. And how much more damage it does depends on how heavy the attack you perfect blocked was and how good your timing was on the perfect block. And you can bank this multiplier up to a cap. So you can sit there perfect blocking attacks until you get to, my current cap is 120%. So I can do more than double damage with a duo attack if I sit there and bank it by just perfect blocking attacks. This is a much better system that is they can balance way better across the difficulties than just if you flash guard you're invincible. I really like this system. It also refunds a little bit of health and a little bit of SP when you do it. So I like this much better. The other thing is attack types are gone from the party system. You only control 2 characters in this game, but you control them the entire game. And I mentioned the weapon types in the party system; those are gone. Adel has access to fire spells, and Karja has access to ice spells, or can infuse their skills with ice and fire. Rather, they're not really spells. But these just are bonus damage to enemies weak to it. If an enemy is weak to fire, it doesn't become immune to ice damage or anything, and the reduced damage it takes is minimal. That's if it's resistant to ice, and it doesn't even go out of its way to tell you unless you look in the journal, and you won't notice it while playing unless you're experimenting with different moves on different enemies, which is fine, as long as you're not doing the scratch damage from the party system, especially E7. You can make it work, but the bonus is now actually just a bonus for hitting the right type. It's not mandatory, even on Nightmare, which is the difficulty I'm playing at with this one. So we don't have a party anymore. What are we doing with 2 characters? Well, the first thing is you designate a character as the active character. Um, so by default, it's at all. And you will be switching which character is the active character about once every 10 seconds in combat at minimum. And the passive character, the non-active character, will be controlled by the AI. And the active character will behave like they would in a party system game, where you activate your skills with holding R1 and pressing a face button, and you can dodge, perfect guard, all and move pretty much equivalent to how you would in a party system game. Charge attacks, refund SP, etc. However, when you switch, we don't have one SP bar for the whole party anymore. Each character has their own SP bar. So both the characters have their own skill points to play with. So the off-field character, or the one that's being controlled by the AI, regenerates skill points at a ludicrous rate, and the AI does not use them, even if they use a skill while controlled by the AI. So you'll want to switch frequently to refill their skills. You can do it the old way, but the old way is just as effective as it was in the party system for getting SP back, which is using charge attacks, but it's way slower than just flipping the character and letting the AI hold on to the character that needs to refill their SP. So you'll be flipping characters a lot, and there's functionally no cooldown on flipping characters. It's like half a second. So you'll be swapping them a lot and pulling out ones you need for specific scenarios, because they also removed the break system with the removal of they retooled the break system with the removal of the attack types. So you don't previously the other benefit to attacking an enemy that they were with the element they were weak to is you could break them and get bonus drops and stuff. That part of the system has been removed, and it no longer stuns the enemy either for bosses. Instead, what the break damage now is for is some enemies just have armor, and the higher a character's break damage and the bigger the break damage on their skill, the more damage you'll do to that armor. And generally speaking, Karja is better at break damage, and Adel is better at direct damage. This is not a hard and fast rule. Both of them have skills centered around break and attack, but Adel's are bigger when they are focused on attack, and Karja's are bigger when they are focused on break. So they clearly have specializations there, and but neither are Gimp in the respective department they don't specialize in. So that's good. The big thing here is we still have two characters on screen. All that would be nice, but it still wouldn't quite justify having two characters on screen. I draw your attention back to the L1 button, the perfect guard button. In addition to being the perfect guard button, you can now regular guard in this game by holding L1. You'll take significantly reduced damage if you're hit while just guarding. But while guarding, your partner is teleported next to you, and you control both characters simultaneously, and they will move in sync with you. And if you hold this button down and press a face button, or square if you want to do a basic attack, you can spam basic attacks in tandem with your partner, or you can do duo skills, which take a colossal amount of SP and use it from both of your gauges. And all those perfect blocks you did, this is what you dump their bonus multiplier on. So this makes fights very, very interesting in that you are constantly flipping characters anyway to recharge SP, trying to keep the character that's effective at whatever phase the boss is in, the armored or unarmored phase, on the field as much as you can and maximize their SP use, while trying to perfect block as much as you humanly can to build up your multiplier for their combo skills, and then controlling them together and unleashing everything you have whenever you think you got an opening. And it's a very, very dynamic way to do the combat system, and it's just always moving with always something you can be doing or switching to. You can play it lazy; it won't be as effective, but you can do it, especially on the lower difficulties, I imagine. But on Nightmare, it encourages you to make use of every single aspect of this combat system, because even if you min-max your gear before a boss, that boss is going to have a truckload of HP. The last boss I fought took 21 minutes. And that was just the successful kill attempt. I wiped twice before that. So they have a monstrous amount of HP. to make sure you engage with it and learn all of its patterns. And you can only take the other quirk with nightmare mode is, and I really really like this. They don't stop you from using healing items, but you can't just take the empty bottle you would get for drinking a health potion and go back to what the base, in this case the ship, and brew new ones.
Ogie.
Yeah, Dogi. Wherever Dogi's at, there's a brewing table, and usually you recruit a doctor, and they'll make medicine for you. And they can take the empty bottles from your old potions and put different or new potions in them. You can't do that in Nightmare because when you use a potion, the bottle disappears. So you have access to your healing items, but they are a prime commodity, and you are encouraged to actually sit down and learn the boss fight because you are not going to be able to replace the healing items that you use. They're very very valuable. So they're
As a
save it.
tangentially related digression, um, the the big sort of like generic Star Rail player survey went up on the 13th, and one of the things that I whined about at great length, because I write a huge amount on these things in the hopes that one day somebody will read them, was the fact that there's basically no call to engage with anything. Like, you just the entire game is structured around trying to blitz a boss down so fast that you never see any mechanics.
Yeah,
And so I spent quite a bit of time laboring the point that no, you if you are on the highest equilibrium level, the boss should be able to absolutely brutalize you, and you should be wrestling the mechanics the entire time. The bosses in the story, if you're on the highest equilibrium level, should be at least as hard as anomaly arbitration bosses. Like, it should be a brutal experience, because currently normal players who have reached endgame will never see mechanics from enemies.
yeah. Then their only way to get around that in story is just to make it have a truckload of HP, which it should have anyway. But uh, if it's doing tickle damage the whole time and your moves don't really matter in the story mode, yeah, that's a problem.
Like, if you've got equilibrium level, I don't see why you can't just freaking use it.
Yeah, I see no reason for them to not include a equilibrium level where you get the equivalent of nightmare mode, where stuff just has a truckload of HP, and you're going to see all the mechanics, and all the mechanics are lethal if you don't prepare for them.
And something that you labored the point quite a bit during the sort of the climax of um the Caslana story was how damaging it can be at times for the combat mechanics to be at odds with the story.
Yeah,
Like, if you have had, 4 hours of story building up an enemy, and that enemy is then whomped trivially, like, what does that do to your story immersion?
yeah, it
I mean,
absolutely
but
tanks it.
the theory is you're supposed to compartmentalize gameplay and story segregation, but the reality is that your instincts aren't going to do that for you. That's not the way people work.
Yeah, your design team may want to go full gameplay and story segregation as part of your design docket, but the simple fact of the matter is, if you can harmonize the two and get your gameplay to give the players the feelings that are appropriate for whatever challenge you've thrown in front of them, it's only going to enhance your story.
Yeah, you're going to get more than the sum of its parts. Why did it take me here? This isn't where I was trying to go. I don't want to fight Hypatia. Um, yeah, you're going to get more than the sum of its parts if you actually put the effort in. That's why you're supposed to put the effort in. But yeah, and forcing if you're going to do the design, force people to engage with it. I mean, there are some situations in which it doesn't matter so much, like the current story event. If you squash, if you squash Hibana in the final boss fight, I mean, it's going to be anticlimactic, but it also, due to the tone of the story, is not a big deal.
Yeah,
If you were to squash, say, Iron Tomb, that would not work well.
yeah, and the way they made Iron Tomb have any kind of gravitas of the boss in the story, I was they cheated with the chicken. With the chicken, they had that a special mechanic that forced a party lose. Um, before we get absolute highest cinema, and that works occasionally, but you can't.
You don't want it to be predictable though. The moment that people are expecting the first one to be a loss, you can't use that tool
Yeah,
anymore.
you you cannot use that tool back to back, and you only have so many uses of that tool. And the way they did it with Iron Tomb was they just made the boss really, really flippin' long.
Yeah,
For
and he's also basically too powerful to beat without the game cheating you to win.
yeah,
Because he can one shot your characters. Even if you've got higher scene in the party, he can one shot your characters.
yeah, it's just basically, are you abusing the special fight mechanic? Your actual roster only matters in so much, and that how much can it trigger the special fight mechanic. I'm trying to get over there, but yeah, but yeah, um, East 10, so far, all the bosses have been spectacular. The first boss is a great introductory boss, and I almost want to spoil its true identity. It's so great. Uh, so the story for this East game, it happens immediately after East 2. One of the doctors on East, which is a floating city above the where the Bay of Brittany would be ish. It's a legend from it's a real world legend from France, and they stick it geographically roughly in that area in game. Uh, Adol has solved the problems of the area of Asteria, the area directly underneath East, and he has solved the problems on the floating continent itself. He has expelled traditional magic from the world, and stop the impending fall of the great city of East, which would cause calamity if it crash landed on the ground. He's now on a boat with Dogi, and they have took a doctor that they met that helped them on their quest on the floating continent of East after finding a way to get down, presumably with a parachute. Um, and are now traveling to the land of Celceta, which is where the next game will take place. And Memories of Celceta. Chronologically, that's East 4. So this is if you count East 1 and 2 as one game, which they functionally are, the 1 ends on a hard cliffhanger, and 2 just is a more refined version of East 1. East 1, but more, and with an actual story. Um, it's the second game in the timeline, so it's a very good entry point for people. It just all you need to know about Dogi is Adol gets locked in a jail cell in Darn Tower on his way up to climb to the top to go to East in East 1, and it looks like everything's over for him, but this random bandit uh, minion that he met on his way through his adventures in East 1 towards the tower just busts a wall, and it's just a bro to Adol the whole time. And no matter how many times you get captured in East 1, your boy Dogi will be there to bust that wall. He will bust a new wall. There's an achievement for having him bust 10 walls, and he lampshades it about how he's surprised the tower hasn't run out of walls yet.
Yeah, there's going to be structural integrity problems.
It's a magic tower. You
Like,
find
so there are no load-bearing walls.
uh probably not, because the tower can morph and change whenever it wants to. The entirety of East Origins takes place in a gigantic version of that tower. So that's all you need to know about Dogi, and the doctor that's coming with him is just a doctor that was in the first town of East 2 that you did a bunch of main quests and side quests for, and helped him save a little girl in town, and he helped out Adol by helping him get directions on where he needed to go and get the main objective of East 2 accomplished and save the day. So he's on his way down to the surface to find a specific type of flower that you won't find until East 4. But so yeah, Adel and Dogi are just out for adventure. That's just the Doctor's objective. So surprisingly, Adel is on a boat. It sails. It's sailing. Everything's going good, and it doesn't crash. Adel doesn't get amnesia.
What you mean? They actually park up at a dock?
Yeah. However, this is
There had to be a
Adel.
catch.
There's a catch. The ship captain is sailing these waters without paying the tide to the tithe to the local uh, Norse equivalent Normans, uh,
We're
and
not
they
French.
were not French. They are your Nordic, uh, uh, Western Slavic country equivalents. So your Vikings. They have their own local deities that are all and powers that are all named after powers and deities of the Norse pantheon. They have all kinds of Norse terminology and all kinds of umlauts and circles and quantities of dots and waves over their letters that I don't know the name of for, and that's who we're working with. But they are Vikings. Like they are there to for the plunder and the rape. They sing to you Valhallelujah, and you meet your soon to be shield sister who will be with you the entire game. When
You mean your
her
waifu?
yeah, you're they really do treat it more as siblings. Adel has basically no sexual attraction to her, although he
Or
can,
anybody else for that matter?
yeah, although he can tease one guy who's like part of the raiding crew for this girl that they're totally an item, and just whispers it to him as a running joke on and off throughout the first few chapters. That's as far as it goes, though. There is no romantic anything between these two. It's kept very brother sister partners in combat the whole way through.
Maybe
Which
people are maybe people are starting to get a really negative opinion of Adolf from all of the women he keeps leaving behind.
yeah, yeah, they've started to contrive more and more reasonable reasons he would just leave all the girls that fall in love with him behind. But he still does it. so so her raiding party uh raids the ship because it's supposed to pay tax for sailing these seas to the Vikings, and they have this particular captain hasn't been, and he in fact hired mercenaries on board to protect him because he just in case he got found out while sailing the seas. Well, he got found out, and they board the ship, and your shield sister, future shield sister, murks this dude in cold blood,
She's the
unambiguously
worst woman.
killed. Yeah, unambiguously killed with an axe to the head.
Well, he wasn't using that head.
Not anymore. He's not. So so your captain's dead. You get to town. You're in town for a couple days. Uh, you find out that this region is functionally controlled by the Vikings on the border of the Baltic Sea, and or the Balta Sea, as it were, and from the Vikings from Denmark, Denmerk, which spelling I found particularly funny this time when they for our real world equivalent with a silly spelling, and what you call it. Adel starts hearing voices because this happens to him a lot. Mystic powers of the world just seem to, whenever a local deity catches a whiff of Adel in the area, they're just like, oh, I can talk to that thing.
He's just possessed this rock.
Yeah, so this one's possessed a seashell. And Adel finds the seashell as it's being approached by a wolf with special markings on it. And he beats the wolf down, and the wolf gets back up. And the seashell tells him basically, you need to use mana to beat these things. If you don't have the power to channel mana, you can't kill these things. They're just going to heal. And so it gives him the ability through divine magic to channel mana, since Adel kind of destroyed traditional magic in East 1 and 2.
He asked permission first. My goodness.
No, no, no. The goddess just he just kind of did it. It wasn't a world-ending calamity though, so he didn't really have a choice.
Think of the economy.
Well, the economy's pretty bad if everybody's dead too. So
Yeah, well, I mean, that logic doesn't seem to apply to most governments, does it?
no. But Adel's an adventurer, not a bureaucrat. He gets out and does stuff, even if he just autistically does random adventure stuff. At least he's getting out there with his own feet and making a name for himself. So speaking of which, he is not known as Adel the Red, the wandering adventurer yet. He doesn't have a title. He doesn't get it till Memories of Salsetta. But so he's just that dude that was involved in the incidents over in Asteria and the floating continent of East. So and only some people know about it because East was hidden away from the world forever. Uh, so the magic seashell gives him access to mana, so he can use he can infuse his attacks with mana, and this is where he gets his fire infusion and his basic skill abilities, which are physical attacks that use mana. And this lets him actually be able to kill the little woof. Well, then a whole bunch more of these woofs start showing up, and the Viking raiding parties decide, okay, we gotta get out and help deal with these. The problem is the ability to use mana has to be granted by a divinity, and so far the only people that can do it in the Viking with the Vikings are your future shield sister and her daddy, and her daddy is currently away. So it's up to Adel and Shield Sister to go and go stop all the monsters from raiding the town. Because even though they are brigands and Vikings, they because this town is a good town that pays them, it's under their protection. So they got to keep it safe.
So they're the mafia.
Pretty much, they're ocean mafia. So they take it as their duty to keep it safe. So shenanigans ensue in that because the magic seashell um, senses potential within Adel and Karja for reasons that I haven't found out yet. It handcuffs them together with a magical mana binding that they can't break. Although Karja does contemplate just lopping off her hand a few times. So
Just to
they,
prove that she's hard.
yeah, yeah. So girlfriend has has a few screws loose, just a few. Um, well, she's actually level headed. She's just a crazy violent Viking. So this comes with benefits in that they can communicate to each other through the mana of the link and at the speed of thought, rather than having to speak or turn their intentions into words. They just know what the other's going to do. Uh, it's not telepathy. They can't hold conversation through it. They can just send intentions, and it seems to mostly only apply to combat. But this stupid
This
link,
does sound like a shipping setup.
it does. Yeah, they can't. They can get a little bit of the feelings of the other person, but it's played down really heavy. Like it's just they
Like they're trying to avoid it being a shipping setup.
yeah. So there's that, and then you get and also Adel has such an empty head, and our commentary on it comes from Karja that there may be more to this link, but because Adel's Adel, it's just most of it's irrelevant.
She says the only thought in his head is Unga Bunga Adventure.
Yeah, pretty much. So now the other quirk with these things is they are, while they are not manifested all the time, if they get a certain distance from each other, they are still chained together at the wrist and will fall over and be pulled back towards each other. This causes the usual shenanigans of when Adel has to go back with her to the Viking headquarters, and if, several days after this event, uh, the they're like, okay, Adel, you can sleep in the room next to Karja's. Problem: chain link cuffs don't quite reach. So we
Are you
have
sure this isn't a shipping setup?
it. It's it's very odd in that it seems like it could be if it was anybody except for Adel, this would be prime fuel for a shipping setup. but Adel is just too retarded and
Basically a
autistic.
eunuch.
Yeah, like because it's Adel and because Karja has no romantic anything built into her base character, it just doesn't seem like that's the way it's gonna go. But they still have time to have her have all the silly jokes and tropes that these stupid handcuffs enable. They but they resolve it pretty quick. She eventually is just like, okay, well, we can't do anything about it here. There's some junk on the floor. Go sleep on that. And so he does that. But before that happens, we need to, because Adel has arrived in town peacefully, and that's just not allowed um, without a shipwreck. Um, a raiding party of these monsters that can speak and think uh, hits the town and burns the starting town to the ground. Everybody is missing. Most presumed dead, and only Adel, Karja, and one of the local townsfolk are able to get away by a really shoddy ship that was beached in a still work in progress sloop to get it out on the water. They were able to get this hunk of junk into the water and sail it to the pirate headquarters. So everybody that you spend the opening prologue and first half of chapter one meeting is presumed dead or missing, because the whole town got burned down in a very violent raid. You get to meet all the what will be the presumably the big act bosses or the finale boss quirky mini boss squad, each with their own agendas. One of them's a girl who I can't piece what her real world Norse deity reference is, but she's incredibly seductress setup. The other one is just Loki. Um, I forget what they call him in this universe because his name has all kinds of weird fucking symbols in it. But and the other one is just Thor, also spelled wrong with a whole bunch of weird symbols. Doesn't have a T, but he fits Thor's character to a point. So I don't know who the girl is. Um, but could be Hel, like Hel, but I don't know.
Not like something more typical like Freya.
Yeah, she's too vamp and too like most actively evil of the group. Freya could be petty, but I don't associate her as like the succubus type or the blatantly evil for the evils type. Like that fits Hell's
In
portrayal. And
Japanese media, she's often portrayed as a seductress.
yeah, so maybe. Her name is spelled really weird and has no clear uh, letters in it that I could glean a name from. But yeah, she's
No clear letters.
yeah, it's spelled in literal moon runes. Like when it comes to the Eastern European alphabet with all them and the Slavic alphabet with all them weird symbols on all the letters. I don't know, man.
So, I'm pretty sure those are neither of those things.
Yeah.
Like
So
the Eastern Europe and Scandinavia are not the same thing.
yeah, I thought they both had the weird.
They don't use Cyrillic. Only Russia uses Cyrillic,
Okay.
and some
I
of the Eastern Bloc countries. Scandinavia has its own set of voodoo letters.
okay. So yeah, they point is they have voodoo letters that I can't read without hearing the in-game words be pronounced to me, and that they are roughly from more east on the European continent, maybe as far as Asia. So whose they are, where they come from, I presume they're you know related to the Nordic people in origin, but it be what they be. Um. So yeah. So that's our story. Adel and Karja are chained together. They have to go through a ritual with the Vikings for Adel to become her formal shield brother and be accepted as a member of the Vikings. Which we all know he will eventually leave. So this is not a permanent position, even if they don't know it yet, because it's Adel, and they have to go find a way to stop this. They call them the Grigir, these immortal monsters that only can be killed by people that can use mana. And right now there are three. There are Adel, Karja, and Karja's daddy. So he's the one that you were like, does this guy have any tact at all? No, Karja's daddy does not. So that's where we're at with the story. I don't want to reveal any more. I am very tempted to spoil the first boss because the reveal is great, and that I don't, just in case you decide to make this one your entry point, I don't want to spoil it for you specifically because it's a great boss fight. Uh, and yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying the game. I like, even right now I just want to play more. Like they've nailed down something with this. They've got a real good winner with this formula. So the more astute of you may be asking, Ari, why are you just playing this game now? East 10 has been out for like a year in the West. Well, because like a week after they launched it in the West, they announced East 10 Proud Nordics, which is a version of the game with all the DLC, a whole bunch of new features, and like 15 hours of extra content. So I just decided to wait a year and get the Proud Nordics version that has, everything. So that's why I'm only getting around to it now. Also, this version apparently got a ton of love from Falcom. It is a re-release, and people are whining and doing the usual, early score uh air raids on their Steam score because the re-release timing and how it screwed over the original game and how they're charging full price for it and everything. But it is a really well done with bonus feature fix. And apparently, I went to go try and find a video of this boss fight to post it, and couldn't find one for the boss at the end of Chapter 3, which is the last boss I beat. It's a giant sandworm that burrows underneath this island at the middle of a vortex.
See the future.
No, it can't see the future. But this apparently used to be a really obnoxious boss fight that was simultaneously too easy and the most obnoxious thing in the world to fight. Is like, no matter what side of the coin you seem to fall on with this boss in the previous version, from what I was Google searching when I was trying to find a video, the previous version of this fight was butts. They just rebuilt the whole boss fight for this game. It's apparently a totally new boss fight. Nothing of the original remains aside from the fact that it's a worm. And it was a very good boss fight. You can tell they took a few passes at this one. And it's right when they give you the hoverboard, which is effectively a mount. Now, the East games don't have mounts normally. They have traversal abilities that can make you go faster, but this one just straight up gives you a surfboard that you can ride on water, or you can hover on land with it. And the boss fight actually makes use of the dumb thing in some very fun and interesting ways. Now, apparently, on Nightmare mode, like I'm playing on, the hoverboard sections are the hardest part, and I concur because I wiped quite a few times on them. And our boy the Sandworm just he goes way faster on Nightmare. And when I went to look up the videos for the boss fight, there were the very few clips I saw of it were all normal mode, but even they were like, make sure that you upgrade the speed on the hoverboard with the upgrade points you unlock immediately after you get it. Don't futz around with any other stuff, because you're going to need to go fast to avoid some of these attacks, and oh boy do you. But he's a really good boss fight. I only had one level in the speed up, and that was enough. And I probably could have done it with 0. It just would have been really, really freaking hard. Yeah, I just in general recommend everything so far from Proud Nordics. Since Proud Nordics is out now, don't get Nordics, get Proud Nordics. It's I genuinely have no complaints about the game so far. It's the East formula in a new combat engine that where they just have seemed to, after decades of refining the East series, finally got something that's just perfect. And all the party system games seem to have been building up to this for combat. And if it can stay this engaging the whole way through, and because it just keeps on keeping on with new stuff, I'm running out of buttons on the controller. Like, I have already used the extra buttons. Now, the other good thing, Durante did this port. So if you have a controller with extra buttons, you don't need to go through Steam input. He just accounts for that, and you can bind them. He got the 4 and 5 backwards, but at least he got left and right correct this time. He got those backwards in Monster from Nox. But yeah, you can bind those however you want. And some of the controls I didn't like. I've gone and heavily customized the controls, but you can get away with the default controls. The only thing I would advise is put attack on whatever your preferred attack button is, and jump on X if you're used to it, because you'll be have to do a whole lot of weaving of basic attack and charge attacks with a square button and a whole lot of jumping. So put those on the two buttons you're most comfortable with, basic attacks and jumping. The rest of it'll work fine. I've done a whole lot of recustomization, like moving the skills off the triggers onto the bumpers. But and because guarding is on the duo mode button, and you want to be able to perfect guard, and I don't want that on a trigger. I want that on a button that'll actually, snap. But otherwise, it's perfectly functional. And I cannot comment on anything on the lower difficulties on this one because I'm going into nightmare mode out the gate. But it has been adequately tuned the whole way through. They haven't done any of the weird, dumb level scaling nonsense. They do reduce your EXP you get as you level up from lower enemies by a significant amount, to where it becomes functionally impossible to grind past a point. But I haven't needed to do that for any of the bosses. I've just needed to sit down and learn the bosses. And the damage increase for each level, while noticeable, has not been significant enough to be the thing that makes the difference when I could just play better. Playing better was always the more optimal route for beating the boss. And that's something I like in action RPGs. If you must do a leveling system in your action game and do the action RPG thing, make it so that while the leveling is still, rewarding to the people that enjoy that, and feels like you're making progression, you always should make it, in my humble opinion, so that playing better and learning the boss fights and getting better at the game yields more rewards than raw stats. And that is definitely the case here. They seem to have nailed a perfect balance. Now, I'm only at chapter 3. Who knows? All this praise could turn into a nosedive of criticism when we get to the end. But given the shell they put together for the first 3 chapters, even if I'm not as hype about the later chapters, I sincerely doubt they're going to crash and burn this one. They seem to have done just a great job. Oh, and also we got ship combat because we're Vikings now. So we have rudimentary ship combat. Even on Nightmare, it's really easy, but I think it's just cute it's there. It's not very long or demanding, and you can get through it pretty quick. Like, sea battles take like a minute when they pop up, and you can see the little pillars of light where a sea battle will take place if you sail through it. So if you want to, you can just avoid it. But you do actually get to drive your ship around the Balta Sea and go to all the little islands and navigate the overworld that way, which I thought was a really just cute, immersive little feature. Even though we're playing an East game, immersion is not at the top of my priority list. So yeah, that's where we're at with that. That covers the single player portion of my week, and all that I'll have unique to my week probably. So I don't know if you've got any commentary on the East dump I've given, since you haven't played the games, but if you have any questions or
No,
stuff you want to know.
I own a few of them, sort of like as a gesture towards, well, it's a JRPG and I play a lot of those. So yeah, I only got two. I've got two. I've got East Origin and I've got East Oath and Felghana, probably because they are the ones that go up on deep discount most often.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not averse to trying them or anything like that. It's just a matter of, calendar.
Yeah, the most RPG like one is probably 8. Uh, I think that would be a good starting point for you if you were ever interested. And, it should be It goes on sale every time Falcom stuff goes on sale. I don't know how deep it goes.
The thing is that I would probably I would have to probably be all the way at the bottom of the Legend of Heroes well first before I got down to it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Legend of Heroes is just straight up an RPG series, not an action RPG series. So that might be up your alley, if you feel like enduring Reen.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Is like I I really like the sort of the Estelle and Joshua um combo
Hmm.
for telling the story. I the idea that I would have to play as Timu Kirito is not appealing
Well,
at all.
after Estelle and Joshua's story, you have the one game, Sky the Third, where you have Kevin as the protagonist, and his story is really good. I like his story a lot. Uh,
He's just cursed with being Kevin,
yeah, and
with not being memorable at all.
Falcom forgets about him until they give him his role to play after 20 years in the latest game, and then you got Lloyd in the crew, and Lloyd himself is not super interesting, but the story around Lloyd needs a just a straight man, normal guy
Is he the
to
cop?
function. Yeah, he's the fuzz. He's a detective, not a beat cop, but yeah, but yeah, his character arc is fine, and he has a officially endorsed waifu by Falcom. Like him and Elle are getting together. Aren't him and Ellie are getting together? It's all but canon.
Does anybody ever have kids naturally in that setting, or does everybody just get adopted?
Well, if you're Cassius, your wife's dead. Estelle was his natural kid, and then he just started collecting more children.
So they're not model trains, Cassius.
You know, you try telling that to the guy that is considered a national incident if he enters the country. So yeah. Uh, so you at least got Kevin and Lloyd between you and Reen, and Cold Steel 1 and 2 are just really gonna be hard to get through nowadays, especially. They were made for the PS Vita, and
I
they
mean, the thing is, if it wouldn't matter all that much if the story was very rewarding, and even in those chapters, but nobody ever really talks about the story of those first couple.
yeah, because it's got shoes. It's got shoes because of Reen and the amount of crap they have to cram into the story between him and but between the actual plot and his character events, because he has to go through all his character events, all his character stories, all his relationships. You got to have social links with everybody in the Cold Steel games. They thankfully just prune those down to optional cutscenes you can view in Daybreak, and you just select view connection event from the phone when a character has one, and it'll play a bonus cutscene if you want to see more about that character. But otherwise, the gameplay benefits are minimal to non-existent.
Yeah, I think that they should not have been trying to take a leaf out of Persona's book. I think they probably should have taken it from Tales instead and had skits,
Yeah,
because they're way less disruptive to the pace of a game.
yeah, and they are slightly longer than skits for the character events in the Daybreak games, which come after the Cold Steel games, but they feel very similar. And that just whenever there's a pause between dungeons or main story beats, you can just open the phone and see the equivalent of a long skit between Van and one of the other characters. Though I do miss Aizen and Rokuro teaching Laphicet how to be a man. I say
Yeah, I don't
teaching
know
with
if
the biggest air quotes.
they're not exactly the teachers that I would select if I had a kid brother figure who needed some, male role models in their life.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah. So that's Falcom. I've really just attached to Falcom's products as a company. I know there are a lot of people that do, and there can be the obnoxious group that really evangelize for it. But uh, in this case, they genuinely deserve it. They're not people don't attach to it for the usual reasons of modern audience.jpg. They attach to it because they just keep doing traditional action RPG and JRPG stuff and refining their formula that companies just are scared to do, and they make single player video games. Like they do monetize the DLC out the wazoo, but it's so optional it's laughable.
Falcom was a terrible character in Neptunia.
Was it based on the real
She's
Falcom?
just a she's just a peppy young girl with a sword. Like
Does she bump into things?
everybody else, I don't. She doesn't play much of a role because I think it was partly because there was a bit of a cut up between Compile and Falcom for a bit. Um, but she's not. She's just not that interesting. She's just a girl with a sword. Like that's what she does. She is obsessed with going on adventures, and she's just a girl with a sword.
So she's adult.
Yeah, she's also got red hair.
Yeah, you should. The only other thing that would make her more
I think
adult is
from memory.
if they did a bump combat joke, because post,
There's almost certainly going to be a bump combat joke in there, but I had no context at the time that I was playing, so
yeah, I will. If you like search for gifs, I'll find it. Hang on.
I accidentally triggered my alt indoors.
Uh,
Fantastic.
Like this is the most common East related reaction gif from the Falcom Gaiden.
Oh, it's not animating. I see. He is playing ice hockey.
He is doing his bump combat.
Uh,
So yeah, Easton great. Oath Felgana great. Archetypistum not so great. Only worth it if you are interested in the story stuff and the world of East. And East 7, I'll get back to you, but it's probably not going to be as positive as the other party games because it's the first time they tried it. And that will be quite a while before I get back to you on that one. Then I'll be done with East. I'll be fully caught up. So, moving on to your week and the gotchas.
all right. I just linked Falcom in the Neptunia context. You can see what she looks like.
Ah, yes. She looks like if you took Joshua and Adel's style of attire and mashed it together and then gave her Adel's hair with a little hairband.
Yeah, she adventures and hits things with sword. Like that's her whole role in the story is to just be the one who is there for the sake of adventuring and hitting things with a sword. She's sort of like she's sort of like Adol if you installed Estelle's brain in her head.
I mean,
But yeah.
yeah.
Let's see, what did I do this week? I don't know what I talked about last week. Time is sort of blurred together for me the bit this week because while I'm still trying to spend, as many days nominally on leave as possible due to budgetary constraints, meaning I need to spend my leave before they try and take it from me. The this has basically broken up my sense of time quite badly. I have a lot of work that needs to do, but I also need to be on leave simultaneously. So I sort of am spending a lot of time on holiday trying not to think about work, but knowing that things are just worse because I'm on holiday, like taking lots of unplanned holidays and so forth. Yeah, I don't want to sound like I don't appreciate that I have the opportunity to take time off, even if it's annoying, like a day here, a day there that can't make any plans. But I, I'm not de-stressing as much as I would from regular normal holidays. But yeah, when you're taking random days off, what did you just link? I can't read from here because I'm sitting too far away from the screen.
How Falcom in the Neptunia universe is afraid of ships.
Yeah, yeah, she's got the whatchamacallit, thalassophobia, or maybe it's not really the ocean that she's afraid of. Um, but yeah, so I my sense of time is completely shot basically, and my health is also completely shot due to the sort of staccato pattern of when I wake up in the morning. But yeah, I mean that as a result, I don't know what I've already talked about anyway. We'll start from. Okay. So I decided to log on to Blue Archive this week so I could do the second Wild Hunt story. And it's a much better put together story than the previous one, I must say. Um, that sort of, how shall I say, an inevitability. Um, and given that the first one was rather perfunctory, I mean, it served its purpose. I liked it, but it wasn't great. This one is quite a bit more coherently structured, and it expands a little bit on Akira's story. Akira being the Phantom Thief of the Seven Prisoners. Um, the main character for this one is Mio, who's an author who wants very much to be a romance author, but spends all of her time basically writing crime plots because she accidentally her way into becoming the president of the free trade cartel, which basically Highland the hunt the whatchamacallit, the Wild Hunt School has unbelievably draconian import export laws. It's a boarding school. Nobody's really allowed to go in and out freely. Um, they haven't really explained why any of this is, but lots of students want things from outside, whether it's art supplies for particular projects they want to carry out that are not considered sanctioned by the school board, or food that is not considered to be approved by the school board or whatever. The free trade cartel are basically smugglers. And she never wanted to be a rule breaker. She never wanted to be a smuggler, but she sort of ended up there because she's just, despite her constant denial of the fact, got a real knack for it. Because she just writes it out as a crime plot, and
Hmm.
then they follow the plot. And because she's good at plotting for stories, she's able to sort of anticipate what developments the narrative imperative is going to force upon them once it starts to play out in real life. But yeah, basically they get involved in a scheme which is very much aligned with exploring Akira's perspective on art, because Akira, the Phantom Thief, is actually one of the higher ups in the school council at Wild Hunt, and nobody knows except Sensei. Sensei knows because Sensei knows the Phantom Thief relatively well and can identify her on sight, but nobody else has ever gotten a good look at the Phantom Thief apart from the game's development bureau, and they aren't allowed in Wild Hunt because nobody's allowed in or out without permission. So yeah, it was an interesting little story. I decided to pull Mio from the gacha for the shoddy reason that she's cute. Well, realistically, she looks like Firefly's twin separated at birth. Um, but yeah, I did note that the chapter 6 oratorio for the main story is also out, but I haven't had time to sit down and read it. Chapter 6 of Blue Archive's main story is pretty much focused on what's going on in Area Satellite School after all that stuff went down during Eden Treaty. Because it's not just the three or four students that you become acquainted with who are from Arius Satellite School. Like, it is actually a whole school that had all been turned into child soldiers by the baddie. Um, they're still there. They didn't go anywhere. So there's still a story to be told there, and that's what Chapter 6 is about. So I don't know anything about the broader plot to it yet because I haven't had time to sit down and read it, but I'll probably do that at some point. Um, Meanwhile, on Global, everybody's talking about the most recent chapter of Decagrammaton, which apparently has made some more progress on Global. Um, I don't think there's much else to talk about for that one. Genshin, I resentfully did the auto battling thing through to the completion. I did not enjoy it at all. It was a horrible mini game. Like, if you're going to do mini games, please stop making them 100% luck based and then putting PvP in, because there's nothing feels worse than being forced to do what is essentially asynchronous player versus player, but having no control out of the over the outcome. Like that's just abuse. That's not gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that would be just, annoying but fine if it didn't take so damn long. But it does. You've got to do round
Mm-hmm.
after round after round, and each one of them takes forever to run to completion. Especially if, one side has decided they're just gonna put in heaps of really tanky dudes. And there's not really any concrete way to strategize your way to victory unless you're gonna spend a lot of time getting way more into the nitty-gritty than you really should. So, yeah, all round crappy. Gave it a terrible review on the survey because I don't want it to ever come back. I didn't like it. No part of it is worth doing. I did a couple of world quests since I was on, as well, for the new area. I don't know if you've actually done any world questing, Ari, have you? I didn't. We
I
never talked
I
about it,
I
so
did Ilga's main quest, going through the stuff, and I did the one in the tower. The one in the tower happened at a time where I kept getting interrupted while I was going through it, so I genuinely don't remember much about it. Uh, and but Ilga's quest, I
that quest I think would have been significantly better by just adding voice acting.
yeah, like I was like going through it, and I'm like, it's all right, okay, could be better. Like it left such a neutral impression on me that I'll forget the quest existed in about a month. Like, there was
Yeah.
nothing super negative about it. There was nothing super good about it. It just it just kind of washed over me.
Well, but to me, it felt like a spare plot that they had written that they just didn't do anything to dress up. Like there was no reason for it to be mediocre, in my opinion. Like all they had would have had to do is put a little bit more thought into it, put a little bit more production into it, and it would have been quite good, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But
Like
they just kind of didn't.
there are the bones of something worthwhile there, but especially the lack
I
of
mean, I
voice
know he's a
acting.
4-star. They can't really sell him. That's probably the reason. Not a
But
good reason, but
yeah, my engagement with Genshin's side content, more so than any of the other gotcha games out there, Genshin seems hurt the most by its lack of voice acting and side content because of the structure of their game. It is very easy while running around to trigger a conversation, and there's a fight going on, or you're trying to glide somewhere, or interact with the environment in some way, often in a way that can't be paused and just let the or stopped and let the text scroll and pay attention to it. And I just wind up missing huge chunks of the active voice lines because they're not voiced.
yeah, real vibes of your parents telling you it's dinner time and to pause the game when you're online.
Yeah, and World of
But
Warcraft was the first game that so many parents must have been like, "What can you mean you can't pause the game?" No, mine were like that.
yeah, it's overall. I've done a bunch of the world quests now. I don't think that I've done all of them. I think there might be some others wandering around out there, but they're all just kind of a bit. Eh. Like they have their little standout features that I like about them. Like each of them has like one core thing that I think is really good and gives it its place. Except Iluga's one. And the only thing Iluga's one has going for it is the fact that it actually features a playable character, which is actually kind of unusual for a lot of the world quests. Most of them don't. I think the first one to really use a playable character a lot was probably one of the Sitlali ones, and after that it was this Iluga one. They just generally seem to avoid doing that for some reason. Probably because they want it to be not bound to a point in time for marketing reasons. But yeah, it was okay, that one. Eh. Like I've cleared probably like I've got the exploration rewards for it, and I didn't really try to do much exploring. So I've just sort of gotten them organically. And I get a weird vibe off of it because I feel like I don't know if you ever got this impression or if you haven't played enough to see it, but I feel like disproportionately often you will do something in Nodcry, particularly in the new area, and it will spawn 2 or 3 chests instead of 1, as though
Uh,
they're trying to compress a higher number of Primogems into a small amount of content.
yeah, I got that impression a few times. Or they just have little mini events with the limited landmass they built, like the thing we did, we saw Fern do, where you go to the top of the thing and have to shoot the eyeball 3 times. Like substantively, that objective is not worth 3 treasure chests, but it's easy to compress into a small area and just dumps 3 chests on you. So yeah, I do get that a little bit. I have no idea what my exploration percentage is at. It's nowhere near finished. Oh, I did do one more side quest. There was barrel rolling with Varka.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's the to open his particular um outpost thing.
Yeah,
But even the outposts don't really seem to do anything this time. Like there was a new chapter of story every time you unlocked one this time. This one doesn't seem to have much of anything.
yeah.
It's kind of weird.
It really does make me feel like the fear that development resources are being allocated to Miliastra is real.
Yeah,
Because it
it's definitely content light. There's no new region in the next patch either. So
yeah, when we were playing Fontaine and Natlan, every other patch, sometimes 2 patches in a row, but at least every other patch, would have a substantive new world edition with chunky big amounts of content in it, plus the usual amount of exploratory content to go run around and do stuff in. It just feels like Natlan's slow walking it because they went what 3 patches before they added their first region expansion, and the what we got feels way less than we would normally get in terms of the world quest stuff and the exploration stuff.
yeah, I feel like I do. I feel like it almost feels like I'm just being handed stuff for no reason sometimes. Like the chests just seem like they're pouring out of every crevice this time. Like the map, I feel also somehow makes it seem bigger than the actual quantity of content that's present. I'm not really sure exactly why that is. I think there's a lot of places that don't technically contain anything. They're just area,
Mm-hmm. But they
and
don't
then they have
utilize the full space, or they use it for Kuvaki ride lines, but they don't put
yeah,
anything
that
there.
kind of thing. And they've glutted the place up with lots of wildlife, and I think that's in and of itself it's not a bad thing because it's sort of nice to see things moving around the world that aren't hillachils. But yeah, it does feel a little bit light on actual content, and yeah, and I don't know. It's more of a vibe than a quantitative measurement, but that's the impression that I've gotten of it. Like I did not expect to accidentally my way to like 90% in the first third and 84% in the second third. I'm only at like 56% in the back third, but that's mainly because the terrain is hard to move through. Um, but yeah, it seemed like it flowed a bit too fast for some reason. Anyway, I might try and clean up the exploration to see if I'm missing something. Um, maybe this weekend. Uh, and the reality is I'm not even that far off. So yeah,
Yeah, with the new
when I look,
compass, it's such a non-chore to do cleanup
I
that that
I didn't use the compass. That's the thing.
yeah, I
If I'd
know.
used the compass, then that sort of clearance rate would have been fine, but I didn't. They just started throwing chests at me, and I opened them.
Yeah, it's that it just it doesn't bother me putting off the zone's exploration now like it used to. Like I think I've done just enough to get the 60% reward from the permanent event. That's where I stopped.
But there's a limited time event that requires 80% exploration on average,
Oh,
so
was it
that's
80?
what I was doing it for. Yeah, it's 80.
So I might not have done that yet then.
But yeah, it's just seemed I was getting a weird vibe off of it. I don't necessarily mind small patches, just not when they're going to,
Not when there's 3 patches between regional expansions in an already small region.
yeah, like we don't actually have that much material to work with. Like a lot of, particularly in the first island, a lot of the content I felt was very good in terms of the quality of it. It's just that, eventually you run to the end of that and the extra content that they put in was just wasn't chunky. So yeah, I'm not sure what they're planning on. I know that the data miners said that there was a large expansion plan for Mondstadt, in terms of territory, but that's not in the next patch either. So who even knows if they're actually going to use that? Now that we are going back to Mondstadt, it seems kind of weird if we're not going to use that part. But yeah, um, not sure what the story is there. Anyway, it is what it is. But I'm a little bit bewildered by some of those decisions there. At any rate, how do I get up there? I do not know. Um, what else? I don't know if there's anything much I want to talk about for Genshin, because I'm sort of a bit nettled about a number of features of it right now. I mean, the core, like, the core Genshin gameplay is still reasonably solid in the sense of you can explore and find things. It's just that it has moved from the sort of more organic feeling of exploration in some of the earlier zones up through Natlan to a more theme parky one where you do something which is very obviously a puzzle and then they give you three chests. Like, I'm not really sure that this got the same organic feeling it used to. Seems kind of weird to me. But
Yeah, yeah. But
anyway,
the thing with Genshin I've got right now that's causing me to uh, put it in the bucket of I'm probably almost certainly putting Genshin down after the next main story and just let it sit for a while. Is I whenever I think about playing Genshin, I'm like, yeah, but why wouldn't I just play WoW if I ever get in a Genshin esque mood? Because the combat's going to be better, the gameplay is going to feel better, and the exploration is going to feel better.
yeah, that's more or less what's happening in practice as well. Like, as far as what I do with my time, it's like, well, generally speaking, the odds that I'm just going to default to Woo are vastly higher than the odds of me defaulting to Genshin. Like, the only thing that gets me to to play Genshin instead is the presence of, oh well, there's this particular quest I want to do, and I've still got plenty to do because I haven't done most of Sumeru. Like, that's still a thing. Most of Sumeru is still just waiting for me. Nearly all of Fontaine is still waiting for me. I've pretty much maxed out Natlan, and most of Nod Cry is done. There's bits and pieces scattered around various other places that I haven't done, but yeah, by and large, it's it's still, there's still content for me there. It's just, I haven't quite passed out exactly how I feel about it, or whether I want to put it on hiatus or what. Um, Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Haven't quite come to a conclusion yet. But yeah,
Yeah, all I know
mm,
is with Genshin more than any of the other ones. While I've had single player games to play, they all gotchas always feel like work when I have single player games I want. But Genshin more so than any of them. Like, and this is Woo with all its technical shoes, and Star Rail that I'm not actively playing right now. Just logging on to do dailies feels like work in Genshin. And
I don't usually get that feeling from dailies. Like, they're so trivial that I don't really register them. It doesn't really feel like work to me. Um, but I do, more than anything. I sort of sense the sort of, like, because I'm plugged into the leaks thing, and that it's like I measure how much do I care about the leaks today. If I don't care about the leaks, it means that I'm not interested in the game. It's like, the because I'm thinking about, like, well, what does the future look like in this scenario? And if I don't care, if I don't care at all about what the future looks like for the game, then that sort of implies something is wrong, and that does seem to be the case as far as Genshin is concerned. It's like, well, I mean, I'm interested in the release of specifically Linnea, because I'm trying to build my comfy team, I guess, the one that I want to use for general adventuring. Um, currently I use, if I'm just trying to tear around the world chopping up monsters, I will use the Skirk team for that typically. But it's a little bit frustrating to use because I don't really like teams where you spend all of your time on half health or less, which is exactly what happens in that team. You never have any HP, and that puts a lot of regular characters in one shot range. So I'm sort of looking at trying to put together a team where there's a little bit more health by default. But once that's done, well, that will be project complete, and then I'll be sort of at a loss as to, well, what next, what comes after this, because by the like, I don't know when that patch comes out. Will there be new region to explore? Will I have anything to use that team on, or what? So yeah, and the next patch looked really content light. To be honest, I was not impressed with their preview of it. So yeah. Anyway,
That's another thing worth bringing up with Genshin. Like, we don't engage with the in-game modes very hard at all. We get the easy to get primos, and if we can do floor 12 because we have a team that's shield this time, cool, whatever. We'll take the free primo. But neither of us engages with Stygian or Imaginarium Theater at all. We do the bare minimum to get most of the rewards from those, and then call it good. So when they don't release world content, we're stuck kind of in this position of, why are we even pulling characters?
yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that unless you're waifuing a character, there is at present kind of no reason to pull a character in nearly any context unless you are trying to work around the shell. Like that's the reason, is to work around the shell. For mechanical reasons, you don't need what yeah, Abby is telling me things again. Don't know why. And you're beating up the thing Abby and he's telling me about.
He
That
was
was interesting to see.
he was conspicuously standing off at the edge.
Yeah. Anyway, um, that's interesting. Yeah. So the whole character thing depends on you really, 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 really loving a particular character at this point, because the basically the challenges aren't general enough, or they're too general in the case of Imaginarium Theatre. Like in Imaginarium Theatre, the job is to strangle you into doing something you don't want to do, and in Spiral Abyss and Stygian Onslaught, it's about, like, well, do you have the right characters? Now, I know that there are people who play at the level where they can mold and mold and mold with some arbitrary team build until they can overcome whatever challenge, but that doesn't seem worth the time investment. Like, if I'm going to do that in a game, I kind of want to do it in a game where the mechanics aren't fighting me the whole way.
Mm-hmm. Or in a game
Like,
that encourages you more to participate with the thing you're trying to overcome rather than get around it.
it's like there's just no reason for me not to play Woowa instead, since Woowa's a better dressed version of the same mechanics. I mean, by the same token, despite the fact it doesn't really do anything for you, I still, act as a merc on ZZZ and just fight random bosses for other people just because I can. Because the combat works. Like, I
Yeah,
actually have to do stuff.
yeah. I don't mind doing a bit of molding, or if I'm in the mood for it, making pushes on in-game modes in these games, as long as there's some kind of way to easily translate my input and ability at the moment, or if I can, especially in the games that have competent action, I can practice it so that it's not just all shill for my performance. So I don't mind in Wu and ZZZ pushing the in-game modes there. My roster's big enough in ZZZ, I usually don't have to, unless I'm just have been really out of it or for whatever reason, or I'm trying a really funny team. But in WoW, like I haven't been mad at trying to push the in-game modes at all, even when I can't do them. Like I can't do the latest in-game mode hardly at all, but I can try and get one or two of the rewards on the list, and that's cool. And I don't
Yeah, I
mind
find it
building up.
I I find it vastly more easy to accept when I can't really participate in in-game and WoW. I mean, I'm at peace with the fact that I just don't have enough characters built to do tower, and I'm at peace with the fact that, I haven't invested the time to find a way to make what I've got work with Whimpering Waste, although on a technical level it probably can be done. It would take me quite a bit of time and practice, and I just don't have that on my calendar right now. But I don't resent it because I know that it's theoretically possible,
Yeah,
that it
but
could be done.
yeah,
I mean, I did do floor 12 in Spiral Abyss this cycle, in spite of the fact that I had to push my way uphill with Nefer the entire first half.
mm-hmm.
It was rough. It was really, really rough. I don't have an Nefer to carry me, so there are no buffs for me. I was a flat neutral, and I had to do it many times before I didn't get one shot. But I did get there in the end. But it was extremely arduous compared to otherwise. By contrast, though, and this was the thing that sort of
Oh,
made it baited out the resentment to some extent, was I had, of course, Zubai on the other side, even though I had a deeply suboptimal team for her, because I haven't built Iluga at all or anything like that. But it didn't matter. She utterly destroyed the other side of it, like comically easily.
yeah. I don't have Zubai, but I have a C3 Navia, and that got me there with no problems whatsoever. The only problem was running flipping Lauma and Nailu on the other side, and sometimes those blooms wouldn't behave if the creature was one of the Hydra creatures.
Well, if you'd just run an effort instead, you would have ruffle stomped it. Like it wouldn't
Yeah,
have even been any contest.
yeah, but that we're
You
talking.
made that rod for your own back.
Yeah, like it only took one or two attempts, but it was all shell. I didn't feel the need to go min max it because it's just like, oh well, I've got the geo, the type of geo they want. My characters can do. Even if I don't have Zubai particularly, I can get enough with Columbina and Navia.
I, I, I I think that I think that you don't really, you're not in the position where shilling counts or doesn't count if you've got C3 of any character.
It is Navia, but so she's not shilled often, and when she runs into the geo problems, there are the geo problems. But but yeah, she can usually alleviate one side. But even then, it's if I'm shafted on the other side, it's not enough.
I mean, the only reason that I was able to do it was because Nefer's star is still pretty ascendant right now, all things considered. I mean, it was still very rough because Nefer has no AoE. Like, she has a very short range. Like, I play almost exclusively very short ranged, no AoE characters in Genshin. Just like all power to the front guns over a very narrow area is basically all of my characters. Apart from Mavwika, but I don't count her because she's not a real character. She's just basically an anomaly like Nouvelette. But it was tough because I had nothing working on my side, and the only reason I could do it was because, well, lunar reactions are ascendant right now. There's nothing to do with me being good. I just happen to be by chance at the top of the power curve. An optimal Nefer team is still the most powerful on a spreadsheet in the game right now. But yeah, it's I didn't feel any satisfaction from doing it.
And yeah, the other thing that about Genshin that just looms over my head every time I do any of the in game in it is just you know that that when there's so many times that I boot up the in game in Genshin where it's just like when counter shilling happens in Genshin, they straight up can just lock your account out of doing that content if you don't have the meta characters. It ain't like Wuwa is currently, where there are disfavored elements. Like you may get an element disfavored, but it's not going to, you know, sandbag your entire account that is not shilled. But Genshin will, and it will do it happily.
Yeah, we might have a problem when we get to the point where Wu was like, oh, if you can't use Tune Break, you're going to do 75% less damage than teams that can.
Yeah, and
Like that's not where we're at yet.
Genshin has not adopted the band-aid fix that WoW, ZZZ, and Star Rail all have of providing uh, choices for the shill you take to help alleviate some of the headache that can come with that. Although,
Yeah, it's just another one of those things that makes them seem sort of kind of weirdly primitive.
yeah, like it's not perfect. Sometimes they double up on their assistance. Both games do, or ZZ and Star Rail both do. Like there'll be two dot or two break centric ones for whatever reason. But or there'll be two anomaly ones. But it still helps that there's usually at least one alternative option you can pick. But yeah, Genshin doesn't do that. If you don't have what it's asking for, like you get that cryo boss, you don't have a cryo team, you're just screwed. That's it. Can't do that boss. You don't have a built electrocharge team, you're screwed on Cactus. Like you can get away
Oh my
with
goodness, I hate that cactus.
like you can get away with non lunar charged Electro on it, but you need a really heavy hitting electrocharge team to make up for the lack of lunar on it.
Think that a lot of that a lot of that is Varisa's fault. Like Varisa was just such an egregious power creep. I don't know why she doesn't get pinged for it more often, but she is the biggest offender in power creep for the entire previous numbered version by far. Like she does like 3 or 4 times the next most powerful electro character's damage.
Uh, for
It's
the
like kind of ridiculous.
for the Electro characters, just especially, and for raw characters that convert the traditional attack damage to output. Yeah, she's definitely moved the needle.
Like
I did,
you basically can't do electrocharged things without being either a sweat lord or having Varisa. Like no matter how good you are with Raiden Shogun or with Clorand or whoever, if you don't have an Effa, go home.
yeah.
Like this is the sort of thing. Like they weren't always as bad as everybody said that they were, but they have become so,
Oh, you said
in my
NF. I
opinion.
thought you said Barisa. I'm like,
No, Varisa's is bad as well. Like
yeah, she. I
the
thought you were.
Varisa's the hose, and Effa is the pump.
Yeah, the Barisa and NF electrocharged. It's all you need to make
But
that
the
work.
thing is that you don't need both of them. Like Varisa in isolation, like in a vacuum, is still double the power of Clorand. Probably a bit more than that. In terms of like if they stand in a vacuum and have no helpers.
Yeah, it.
There's no reason to do design like that. Like it doesn't accomplish anything except sales.
Yeah, until I got the overload team working with Farisa, and then I got her C1. I didn't quite see how ludicrous her numbers were. So I usually
The thing is, you
Genshin.
don't need that. You can't see how ludicrous they are because you can't see the ceiling. But if you play other Electro characters, like the gap between Varisa and Clorand is bigger than the gap between Clorand and Ketching.
Yeah,
And
well,
there's a lot of versions between those two.
yeah. I guess my only on-field Electro I had before the cow was like catching.
Like you can't make a Ketching perform as well as Clorand can, but they're also 4 or 5 years apart. You can't make Clorand scratch the damage that Varisa does, and they're like months apart.
Well, I think they're exactly 1 year apart, thereabouts. Might be one, maybe give or take 6 months. They might be a patch off.
But like this is the sort of thing that comes across like a conscious decision,
Mm-hmm.
especially when they should have learned some lessons from Nouvellette, what power creep can do to your design space, because that should have caused them at least as much trouble as it causes any player. Because now they've got this extra sort of design constraint in that, oh, well, there's Nouvelettes in the population. We've got to compensate for this somehow. But instead of learning the lesson, they just made everything worse.
Yeah.
And Luna seems like it's going to end up being like a band-aid fix for that in turn. Like, oh, we'll raise the power ceiling redonkulously, force everybody to pull for these characters, and then we'll drop Luna and never ever touch it again and replace it with something else next major patch.
Mm-hmm.
And then raise the power ceiling again. Like if they do that, then that's like, okay, so it's settled. I'm just gonna drop Genshin because there's no future here.
Yeah, it puts you in perpetually the worst feeling when it comes to pool planning from a gameplay perspective of I need to start a brand new team.
I mean, people accuse Star Rail of that all the time, but Star Rail is still doing Nova Flares, and currently, Sparkle is one of the best best harmony units in the game, despite the fact that she was the worst for like a year. Like they have decided that commercially speaking, it is to their advantage not to piss everybody off, and I'm afraid Genshin hasn't got to that point.
Yeah.
So when on the mechanical side, they are just losing over and over and over again in terms of decision making. If they can't then supply me with the world exploration content, there's like literally no reason to play that game anymore.
Yeah. And the way they're doing Lunar Shilling makes me feel like they're just going to drop it as well when they get to the next one. How hard they're pushing it, and how much Lunar relies on being inside of itself. You saw the beginnings of this with Natlan, and if you really want to push it, the prototype of all the Fontaine characters, the HP manipulation gimmick. And
Except that they dropped that like a hot rock. They launched it late, they dropped it early, and it didn't really do anything for anybody.
yeah, so
None of those characters have survived.
but yeah, and that's what happens to those characters. It's very hard to expand on teams that use characters that are locked into these gimmick types because you would have to go back to Natlan and release somebody with Night Soul to have it fit on the Natlan teams, and or you're going to have to go back to Nodcry and give somebody Lunar reactions to fit on the Lunar teams after we're out of Nodcry, or make a Moon Horse. But we're running out of moons.
Yeah, they are like fresh out of moons at this point. Like the only latitude I'm giving to buy is because was asking for 5-star Ningguang for so long, and they functionally gave me 5-star Ningguang. It's like, okay, so you've given me that one thing that I wanted. Now I need something I can do with this character.
Yeah, and once you get your teams built, it like I didn't feel so bad about it at the start of Natland because I wanted to build this stupid Nailu team anyway, and that was on the docket as a long term project already, and so I went ahead and did that, and then I got stuck in this position of just Columbino will keep the Navia team alive, I guess, but anything else I do is just starting a new team from scratch, and I don't have a particular onus to go for any of the other characters because the numbers have gotten so ridiculous. uh, from a gameplay perspective, and the characters have been out of the story for so long that most of them I don't want just for waifu power. So I don't have anybody I'm targeting, and I'm just hoping new characters come out that fit into a gimmick I want to build. And if you are going to abandon the Lunar Charge thing at the end of Nightcry, well, we're going to be back at square one with that again. Like I just have to hope the mechanics for the new characters uh, fit into a team I want to build from scratch.
Yeah, well, I mean, you also like if you want to pull characters for love, and then it turns out you hate all of the other characters that are now mandatorily locked to this character because that's their design space they've decided to occupy. That doesn't feel good either.
Yeah, there will never
It
be a
feels like, oh, I'm,
replacement.
I'm not actually pulling a character that I like. It's just I have to pull the characters they say I have to pull in order to use the one I want to use.
Yeah, like that was
Like
the
Iluga's a bland character that I don't have a great deal of interest in, but like he's also the optimal character to buff Tsubai, and he might be replaced. I haven't built him yet. I haven't started building him yet because for all I know, he's going to get completely displaced by a 5-star equivalent.
Yeah, and imagine what happens if the character you need to fill that slot turns into like a Durin, somebody that's just ugh. keep on the
Just a
team.
horrible character with a really mediocre story behind him. Annoying voice acting. Like I hate Durin's voice acting in the Japanese. I don't know what he
Uh,
sounds like in the English,
it's
but I
it's
doubt he's much better.
no, it's bad in English. It sounds like English is his second language, and he sounds like he's a drunk toddler. A drunk 20-year-old
Yeah,
toddler is what he sounds like.
with Down syndrome.
Yeah, it's bad. So this was clearly a
Uh,
directed thing, I think, but
yeah,
it,
it doesn't mean I have to like it just because it's directed.
yeah, it just shows that that's you could get stuck with that. And for a lot of teams right now, Duran is unfortunately on there. Like he
Yeah, and
is
like I really like Nicole a lot. Like she is the Yap Yap Queen. I like her a lot, but the fact is she's made to work with Durin and Vaka, from what the leaks say.
yeah.
So I guess I just won't pull her because I can't use her in any other team. The way that the design currently works, maybe that will change. Maybe somebody will discover a way to work her flexibly into other teams because we don't really know what her kit is yet. And I hope that that's the case because I like the character. I'd like to have her on my account. But if it really is, oh no, she's just made to operate with Durin and Varka specifically, then that's a no pull for me.
At least with Hexen Circle, there's more latitude in the world building and story for them to add
So
more
hopefully she
members.
works with Klee.
Yeah, well,
Maybe she'll work with Klee.
there's more latitude in that the witches could just decide to bless somebody or take an interest in a character. You could get more Hexen Circle characters without too much contrivance. It would still have to have a dumb reason to have the witches take put favor on somebody, but you could potentially expand that roster. It's not like with Natlan where unless they go back to Natlan and pull a Natlan character out of their butt,
Yeah, it's
we're
like,
not.
but because of lore reasons, only people from Netland can use Night Soul. End of story.
Yeah,
They have literally a different heaven and hell as a result.
it's not like Nodcry where we're out of moons.
Yeah, we've got a moon shortage.
Yeah, like if you're not from Nodcry, nobody else has a shot of being moon blessed.
Well, yeah, well, because Colomina says she poured her being out over the land of Nodcry, where she was born, on purpose. Just them. So Kuvaki's only accessible there.
Hmm.
And Luna Charged, Luna Bloom, Luna Crystallized, they're an extension of Kuvaki. Only those who have an existence that is marinated in the moon stuff can participate. So lore reason, we can't do any more of that. It's over. Like what are they going to do next? I don't even think I want to know.
Like if we go to the next area and get frost touched or whatever, as the new gimmick or something stupid.
Yeah, I think that the rumors that have been percolating around about them revamping Superconduct are probably like an effort, basically,
Hmm.
where they're going to do the end of patch cycle, end of major patch cycle deployment of the new zone mechanic. Because there's been not a trace of a hint that anybody gives a toss about Superconduct, and yet it's been on the books that late in the Nodcry series there's going to be a Superconduct buff.
It is the reaction that needs the most help, probably. But I mean,
Oh, certainly that's true, but there's no reason to make a big deal about that if all you're going to do is fix it.
yeah. Uh,
But if you're going to turn it into like a thing with its own specialist team or whatever, that's a bit of a different scenario.
yeah. Also, the next continent we're getting in Genshin is like right now we've got that type in Wuwa, and it's part of the reason I haven't been so invested in this particular patch. Is the frosty frozen area is always my least favorite area in any game, and we're going
That
there.
like I think that I probably have a mild preference for frosty areas over desert areas for the simple reason that I don't like heat IRL. But
Yeah,
that's literally the only reason.
yeah. I don't like snowy endless expanses of white. At least in a desert, you can put a pyramid there. Although, if you talk to anybody that played Sumeru, they're probably sick of deserts forever if they had to go through that at launch. They had like 5 or 6, 7 patches of nothing but desert.
But yeah, the biome thing, man, I don't. we're already in a tundra area, and I think tundra is about as snowy as I want to go, thanks.
Yeah, I don't like the new Frost, the aesthetic at all. The new Uwa Zone. Didn't comment on it at all because it wasn't really pertinent to the discussions. But I just don't like it. I think it's incredibly boring. It's a also I don't like the cold IRL, but this is aside from the point. I think it's just I don't like the big empty white voids at the tops of these things, especially if they
Yeah, I mean,
comprise an
I know
entire
that they've
patch.
got a lore reason to do it, but, so it was, unavoidable for them to have a snowy region because the whole point of La Haroy is it became the new pole after the Lament.
Yeah.
So what used to be a lush area turned into a ice box. So they were always gonna have to do a frozen area, but, I don't know, maybe they could have done more
Well,
or with the sort of passage between the deep underground and the surface. I don't know. There's a lot of things they could have done, but I think that there are actually people who really like snowy areas,
yeah.
so
For
it's
having
kind of
one in the,
unavoidable.
if one just one exists, that's fine. Part of the other reason I'm not beating Wua so hard up over it is because this could just be one or two expansions of that area of it being snow. They already shown Laha Roy has the areas around the academy are bright and vibrant with lots of stuff, and
The surface is relatively inhospitable anyway. Like, there's not really any reason to wander around Antarctica unless you like penguins.
yeah. Well, as
Like,
we
I don't think that they're going to expand it all that much because, well, I mean, if you look at the structure of it, it's not set up for expansion.
yeah. So to tie this back to Genshin though, in Shesnaya, that's gonna from what we know in the lore, that's all ice.
Yeah, it's Russia.
Like it's just gonna be a white expanse forever, and I have negative interest in spending a year there.
I mean, I could tolerate it if it was like substantially urbanized or something.
Yeah, if there was they'd
Like
have
if it was like an undestroyed um capital of the empire from FF14 or something. Like, oh, okay, so all the outskirts are snow and the place is freezing, but it's actually in an urban environment instead. Like, I could handle that. I don't think I want to wander across the snowy wastes. Like, I hated Dragon Spine. It's my least favorite place in the game.
hmm. So yeah, we got that coming up. I just don't know with Genshin. Wuwa has just did everything that I want Genshin to do and better, and given me action combat on par with ZZZ for pushing stuff at in game. Probably not as smooth, but definitely as deep.
Yeah, well, it's oh, all I look for in action since I don't play action games is if I feel like I'm not being cheated, then I'm fine with it. And a lot of the time, I feel like Genshin just does things that are, oh no, that's the only reason that I got hit by that attack is because your combat engine is sloppy.
Yeah, this is an extension of what I was getting at earlier, in that I don't mind participating in Wuwa's in game and trying to get better at it, and gradually building up the account to actually do it, and put some pulls into gameplay because I feel like my input matters. Like I can practice that and get good at it, and engaging with it is fun because I can learn and get better. With Genshin, it doesn't matter how good I get at the game unless I turn into one of the turbo autists that plays the game nonstop 24/7, turbo farms artifacts for 4 stars or something. I'm just never going to push myself in that game to a point where I can outpace the shilling. Like it's just no amount of effort I put in will ever return enough reward. But in Wuwu and ZZZ at least, I can see that reward returned as either clears or improvements to in Wuwu, or as higher scores in ZZZ. Why I don't mind the in-game modes at all in those two games. Also, both of them cycle their in-games fairly frequently instead of the stupid cycling that Genshin does and Star Rail still does. Although I wish Genshin or Wuwa would take the ZZ approach and just do uh, every week cycles. I get that you may want to give people time to build up characters and stuff, but you can just cycle every other one every other week of every 2 weeks.
How do I get up there? I don't know.
Not the bees.
But yeah, but yeah, anyway, it is what it is. Basically, I'm a little bit ticked at Genshin now for just being kind of lazy. Like, the, everything is just not as good as it could be, not as good as it ought to be. And it's not like they lack the money to fix that, but they are chasing. It seems like they're chasing the easy dosh from user generated content land.
Mm-hmm. I do
So
wonder
yeah,
well, the ZZ team isn't in based in the same location. They're based in like Singapore, but I do wonder if the engine they're using is just so much more robust that they're able to make kind of more dynamic and frequent gameplay changes to easier with that engine, and just how jank is the Genshin engine.
I mean, I think that the Genshin engine like is probably sort of like World of Warcraft jank at this point.
Yeah, your
Like,
FF14 of PS3 limitations.
yeah, the limitations of the game engine are going to be the problem. I think that that's probably, in all likelihood, one of the major things that holds back Star Rail as well. Is that like, well, they built it on a very simple premise, and it's not readily able to be extended to other premises. And so, even though they try and do that kind of thing, and they've had limited amounts of success, they're basically having to build, entire game engine add-ons for everything that they want to do, because the thing was never designed for anything particularly complex, which is, their own lack of foresight to blame for that. But it does create a huge amount more development overhead to do any given thing that they might want to do. But in Genshin's case, I think that they've got most of that material is there now, because well, the demonstration of it is Miliastra Wonderland, right? Because they're able to hand the toolset over to the player, that means that the toolset is now at the level where it can be farmed out quite easily. Like, it's in evidence. People have found all kinds of interesting things that they can do with it. I'm not interested in that because I want to play Genshin, to explore Teyvat and learn the stories of Teyvat. I don't care about Miliastra Wonderland, and I'm not going to. But the the fact that the toolkit is powerful enough to be turned over to the player and still produce competent content means that the engine is no longer the problem. The problem is a lack of vision.
Yeah. The only reason I would feel a little bad about abandoning Genshin right now is poor Fern just got his account built up with a real team.
Yeah, I know. It's not. I'm fine with playing it with other people and wandering around the world and stuff. But for me, the whole thing is about the story. Like, nothing else has been up to snuff. I don't understand why something like Imaginarium Theatre, that was released to universal hatred and derision, didn't get put back on the workbench.
Yeah.
Like, everybody hated it. Normally, when everybody hates something, these days at least, developers tend to like rethink their logic that they applied to the design process to begin with. Because you don't want to, especially for an ongoing live service game, you don't want a situation where the people that you want to play your game have a part of it they actually despise. But they just don't seem to care all that much. It's like, well, it's been good enough so far. And I think that in a lot of ways, COVID money has probably distorted the thinking at the corporate level about Genshin. They just think it's this immortal franchise, much in the same way Blizzard think about WoW, right? Like, Blizzard just think that WoW can get them out of anything. There's no sin, no failing too great to be covered over by World of Warcraft's money, and that's just the way they think about everything, which leads them to doing incredibly stupid and lazy things all the time. But yeah, it is what it is, and there's a new patch coming out next week, I think.
But
We'll just yeah, we'll just see what they do. Maybe it'll be an awesome story. I can't imagine how it would be because the premise seems really dull. But yeah, it seems like a crappy filler story based on the the previews. Like I have no interest in it whatsoever. It'll be done because it's part of the story, and they have shown that they actually do have the capacity to tell even simple stories very well when they're in a mood to do so. It's not beyond them,
When the camera guy's
but
had his coffee.
yeah, but the actual fundamental premise is not terribly interesting to me. Oh, there's an echo I didn't pick up. So we'll see what they do with it. But oops, that is the wrong button. Now I have to wait for the okay.
On a cartwheel stuck in robot mode.
No, you can toggle between them freely. Ugh! I got kicked off a cliff by a cow.
No, the cow kicked me, but he didn't kick me off the cliff. Murdered one of his brothers.
Well, that's hardly civil, is it?
Kicked us. Mean.
But yeah. Anyway, ZZZ also not doing very much of anything. It was sort of interesting seeing the response to the divisible polychrome prize pool, because it gives you a more sort of accurate idea of how many people might be playing the game, and by the napkin math of it, there's more than 5 million people playing if you assume everybody missed one of the bamboo badges from the second prize pool, which means there's a lot of people playing that game.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that's not going to do anything to help the dev team get any sleep, but yeah, they've certainly got the money to develop with. But yeah, I am a little bit incredulous at with the amount that people love Cecilia.
Do they?
Like people, yeah, and it doesn't seem to be the sympathetic love of a retarded puppy either. It seems like there are people who genuinely think she's cool, and this is very confusing to me.
Maybe they just wanted a Sampo wife all along.
It could be, but Sampo's at least clever and good with children.
I mean, supposedly.
Do you doubt Mr. Coldfeet?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, I can't really blame you for that, but yeah, I don't know. I still don't know anything about what her mechanics are like, so I hope that she's a sort of character who I dislike her enough that I kind of hope that I hate her mechanics as well, so I won't be tempted to pull for her.
Yeah. Like I think
Because she's just a horrible person.
I think Ciccia is a fun character, but I would not say anywhere near waifuing. I think she is a very fun character from the limited screen time she's had.
She's fun, but like she's the sort of employee that I have nightmares about having.
Yeah. Well, as long as it keeps my agenda alive.
But yeah, it's my goodness. Anyway, there's not much going on there at the moment. I had time to finish the whatchamacallit event. Well, let's just call it a Sinner's character story because it really is. And it pretty much ends exactly the way you expect it to, but it's also a right ending for that story. Like if they'd ended in if it had ended and they're just like, oh, by the way, they lost horribly, um, that would have been disappointing. And if they'd won, it would have been credulity straining. But I think putting them in 100th place is a bit harsh. Like, how many entertainers could there possibly be trying to emerge in New Era at any one time?
Yeah.
Like, the winners bracket is 100 people. Because that means that you would need to have like 50,000 entrants or something,
I do not
all
know.
trying to break into the entertainment industry.
There were actually only 102 entrants.
But yeah, at any rate, it was relatively enjoyable, and I felt sort of weirdly proud of Cinna to be able to give the speech at the end without melting down.
Yeah, it was a perfectly uh, fine, just little what's the word I'm looking for? Light story for her character story.
But it was more or less the classic school idol story.
Yeah,
Um, Nothing wrong with that. It's nice to have that now and again. Um, I am very curious as to what they're going to do with the next one. Now that sort of like the idols sort of rise to the position of rising star sort of plot arcs plural have been completed. What do they do for Nangong after that? Does that mean she's going to have to do the trauma conga line?
I mean it is ZZZ. They are in a particular type of world.
Yeah, I mean she the co- the implication is that she's an Ojo-sama character, which does put her in my wheelhouse. But that I mean, I guess that they don't necessarily get spared anything in ZZZ since Alice had to do the trauma conga line as well. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what they're going to do and how they're going to mesh that neatly with the sort of the context that they've set up already. But it's not a I don't think they can do this. It's a, I'm interested to see how they're going to do this type of thing. I don't know how I feel about the idea of a Sissia centric story.
I think that's going to be
That seems
amazing.
that seems like it's gonna be really weird. I get the feeling she seems like a character like if they're going to do sort of like one character gets the main story, one character gets the event. I think she'll probably be the event since we've already done the iDaughter event. Um, but like, what sort of event does she have? Is it just her trying to run scams? Like, what does that even look like?
Phaethon has to go and bail her out of various situations where she scammed people.
So I got in the story, I got the distinct feeling like Phython was cooperating with Sissia out of morbid fascination more than anything else. So is this woman for real? Is she a real person? What is this? But yeah, so there's not much really going on there at the moment. There's a lot of people who are super mad about Shiyu Defense, and they are at both ends of the skill spectrum, the very bottom and the tippy top for the most part. Um, the ones at the very bottom are upset because the average difficulty has gone up, which is something that I have also experienced. Yes, it is harder than it was, and by a measurable amount for people who can't play action games. Um, but at the tippy top, it's that people don't like that it forces you to play in a way that they view as stupid, where you are heavily incentivized to aggressively dump your resources whenever they're available instead of saving them for an optimal time because of the declining multiplier system.
Oh yeah, damage early is worth more.
I mean, you can make an argument as well. I mean, it's a rules change. You have to learn to adapt, but a rules change which favors blindly resource dumping whenever there are resources to dump also seems like it's not the sort of rule change that is conducive to like interesting gameplay, just like slightly more brain dead gameplay.
I,
So they've managed to upset both the people at the top and the people at the bottom.
if I was going to implement a time based score modulation, I would do the inverse for the score and make the later parts of the fight provide better multipliers. That way, you have to make judgment calls as you go through the fight of how much do I want to dump early, how much do I want to save, especially as the mid fight rolls around. Then as it gets to the end and you're on the big final push, how much do I want to really push it and just give the boss unlimited health and
Well,
a solid health bar.
I think that inverse design is actually it serves the same it serves the purpose of satisfying both ends as well. Because as somebody who can't play action games worth a damn, the last second scramble when things have finally fallen into place is the most valuable part of the fight. That's
Yeah,
where you save yourself.
that's when
Because you need that last second scramble. If you don't play action games well, you take a long time to build up your resources, and usually you have a couple of false starts on your rotation before you start to get things to sync up the way you want. So being able to scramble at the last minute helps immensely.
yeah, that would be the way I would design it if I was going to do a system like this. They have not done that way.
No, they have not. They have done the opposite, which has made everybody unhappy. So yeah, I I don't like specific bosses in Deadly Assault, but I don't have a problem with Deadly Assault as a whole. But Shiyu Defense to me has just grown worthy. It's like, oh, it's Spiral Abyss again, and I feel the same way about Memory of Chaos, and I feel the same way about Spiral Abyss. It's like, yeah, this is kind of banal, and
It's
your
the
attempts to
stock.
spice it up have not been successful.
Well, at least ZZZ's trying. I mean, they may have made it worse for a lot of people, but at least they're trying. And you know, these games seem served well by just having a stock in game mode. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you need to have some sort of like basic level to start from, but I think that I think that there's sort of like ZZZ feels a little bit bloated. I'm very glad that they didn't make what's it called, the simulation mode. I can't remember that they didn't the one with the really crappy stories authored by Fairy. Um, I'm glad that they didn't make that one periodic as fast as the other periodic game modes, but they have made it faster than it was. Like the one that just launched with an expiry date attached, which I deeply resent because I hate that game mode. But I don't hate that game mode because that game mode is intrinsically bad. I hate that game mode because I feel like that game mode adds nothing to the game. There's nothing in there that you aren't already doing somewhere else,
yeah, they cut
and I
out.
think that it's not creative enough. They need to introduce something about it that makes it special in a mechanical way, not just that it happens to have fairies fanfic as a descriptor before you start the fight.
Yeah. Well, I don't mind this existence. The first one did go on way too long, and this one I think cuts at least one, maybe two nodes out, and only has two endings. I haven't done them
That
all yet,
that
but
doesn't sound so bad because it took me like literally hours to play through. Like doing stuff like that when you're already not good at action games, and you know you're never going to just sit down and lab out how to play the game, learn to be an action game player or anything like that. That's not going to happen for me. I don't have that sort of free time. But that just made that makes those game modes quite challenging for me. I've got to work at them, and having that not only be the case, but also it just goes on and on and on and on, and you have to do like 16 fights or whatever. That's just too much. I'm sorry. Especially when there's no difference between those and the sorts of things you'd be doing in sheer defense or deadly assault. There's just no difference. And now that they have, well, they basically, I like the current version of Hollow Zero way more. I like fighting bosses way more. I hate fighting the one that's always there at the end, the because I don't like the fight against the squishy robot. What's her name? Um,
Vesper.
yeah, I don't like the Vespa fight, generally speaking, because she doesn't really do anything interesting, and she's got incredibly obnoxious timing on her purple flash uh command sequence thing. Um, but other than that, I really like that version of Hollow Zero because let's be real, fighting trash isn't that fun.
I do like that they've just given you the option to pick which one you want to do every week amongst all four iterations of their equivalent.
Yeah. Like if you really, really want to just go bully Nineveh, you can go bully Nineveh. I keep getting I got Nineveh in the regular one though, so I was a bit miffed about that because Nineveh's a pain in the butt to fight. But thankfully they didn't give it too much health. Um but yeah, I like the new one, so I can just get some practice time in against the bosses without actually having to just do it blindly for no reward. Um, because for me, I do need to. I can't just sight read enemies because I have the tuned enough senses of an action game player to do that. So I need to have face time with them, but I also don't want to spend a huge amount of time doing it. So getting to double up my weekly Hollow Zero with boss practice is extremely helpful to me. But what that does though is it makes the whatchamacallit, the simulation mode even more obnoxious because it's just a worse version of that. So I just they invent something else, please, and just put something novel in there? My goodness.
I got buffaloed on.
You got beefaloed. But yeah. Not much else to say about that. I, when is the current banner cycle end? You
Good
should be
question.
getting your robot girl soon, right?
Yeah, she's like this week or next week. I forget which.
Yeah, if I was like taking the brakes off for spending, then I probably would pull Sinner, but I'm not prepared to do that because I'm just not good enough at the
9
genre
days
for
and 22 hours.
it to be anything other than a crutch. So yeah, maybe I'll rethink it later. We'll think about it. It's just that I like basically because I like playing Alice and Sinner's buff structure works very well for on field um, anomaly characters because it actually gives you accomplishing something by all of those weak attacks that you flail out because they can pop her cat faces.
Mm-hmm.
So and of course the damage multiplier for popping them is much higher for an anomaly character than for an attack character. So you can actually be productive on the field, as I was discussing last week. So it's tempting, but I just don't have the sort of polychrome for that because it takes me like 40k per character, and depending on what Nangong's kit is, she might also be compatible with game modes like that, since
Got buffaloed
Arya
on.
is an on-field anomaly as well. Why are you beefaloing?
I'm back.
Man, Galbrenna really is made of glass, isn't she?
Yeah, yeah. When those beefaloes do their AOE on the ground and I can't see it to dodge, uh, not good times.
But yeah, anyway, moving on. I don't think I've got anything to say about Woowa. I haven't done much in Woowa at all this week. I did the party, I guess, and I do appreciate um
Yep.
getting to just chat with the old characters. This is the sort of thing that means a lot to me. I really liked when Genshin did this as well with the little world anecdotes, where the only thing to them is you have a bit of a yarn with one of the characters, and there's not much more to it than that. But I like that. It makes the world feel more lively.
It was a fun way to do a like Lilaro fluff filler event of just to hand out the polychrome. Like there was
Yeah.
not a whole lot to actually do. The dumb card game doesn't have any substance. The bartending mini game isn't something that they fleshed out. I got buffalo
Well, it's the same it's the same bartender game that is in both Star Rail and Genshin. So
and CCC. Like they did it
oh
too.
yeah, ZZZ, I think ZZZ might have something like that now as well. But yeah, it is a stock piece of gacha gameplay at this point. Um,
Yeah, but
but I just like talking to the characters. Uh, though it feels a little bit. I don't know. I don't know if it's just like looking through things with like theoretical shipping goggles or whatever, but it seemed kind of weird to me to have Cantarella like earnestly dropping hints at Rover that she wants to travel the world, and Rover's just like completely unreceptive to that.
yeah,
but but yeah, it's nice to see them all, and even Lumi, Lumi's hard not to like.
I like
I
Lumi
don't
the
know. I
character.
don't know if I don't know if she's harder to like in English because of her accent. I don't know.
I mean, it's just a stock, very thick Commonwealth accent from somewhere that I can't identify, but it's fine. Her acting's fine. Uh, but the I like Lumi the character. I like Lumi's animation and models and all that. She's not a very good character.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think she's going to get moved up the tier list anytime soon. But yeah, it's a novel little diversion, and everybody gets to show up to the party. Except I have a funny feeling that the only reason that Zani got to attend was probably because Carlotta stayed behind and did her paperwork for her.
Well,
Because
something.
Carlotta, the socialite, conspicuously absent from social party.
Yeah, well, Ozani needed a vacation.
She's been promised one often enough, I must say. And this never seems to really come through. And there's also memes going around that Frolova was standing outside refusing to come in the entire time.
Let's see.
But yeah. Other than that, nothing much happening there. I haven't tried the sort of the casual uh exoswarm herding mini game yet.
It's a
I mean, it
very
looks super super simple in the preview, but I mean, it's the sort of thing which normally it would be if it were not Lent, it would be the thing that I do after I've had too many drinks to actually do the combat content.
yeah. It's very very bare bones and simple, but it's a cute little way to get your some free daily polychrome.
Yeah, I might look at it this evening if I've got a bit of time, since yes, it is Lent, and as per my tradition for Lent, I do not consume any alcohol during Lent. And this is in addition to being a penance, is a way of me assessing how close I am getting to alcoholism because when you become a manager of people, they will drive you to drink. That is the reality of being a manager. um and so far the cravings have not gotten too bad, so, and I'm not suffering from any major withdrawal symptoms either.
You did have
Which
to
means
tell
I am suffering
yourself.
from minor withdrawal systems.
You did have to tell yourself
Symptoms.
before the show not to go get a beer.
Yeah. Well, the way I did that was I, despite being a son of the Commonwealth, I still drink beer chilled, and I took all the beer out of the fridge, so I can't drink it
Let's see.
because drinking warm beer, I'm just like, I don't mind drinking beer that has gotten warm over the course of not being in the fridge due to being on the table. But I don't like drinking beer that starts off room temperature, which is, ironic because you're supposed to drink my favorite types of beer warm. Or actually, you're supposed to drink them around about 10 degrees rather than fridge temperature. You're supposed to start at about 10 degrees. And for reasons that nobody has bothered to explain to me, possibly due to particulates or something, you're supposed to roll the bottle along the bench horizontally before you open it. Because I drink very heavy beers. I don't drink cloudy beers. I hate cloudy beers, but I do drink quite heavy ones. So, but I don't drink any beers right now because it is that time of year. Um, what else? Star Rail. So I don't know what I talked about last week in Star Rail, but it is still new patch time. There's still a bunch of content floating around that I haven't done much with. I still took one look at it and just said, I don't know what you're doing. But I played through the story. I liked it. It's very intro chapter, but I liked it. And it kind of makes sense, like for a Sparkle story. I mean, because it's a Sparkle story, and it's interesting, really seeing Sparkle doing something other than sitting in the winners bracket, because she's always got the upper hand on everyone around her at all times, everywhere else she appears in the story, and this is not the case anymore. Like things are not going her way, and the Japanese voice actress does an incredible job. Like it's when it comes to emoting Sparkle, it's all because she's like a Harley Quinn character. She's sort of like a little bit bonkers and laughing all the time. Um, the emoting that she goes through in order to tell story is very, very subtle, but you can pick it up, and it's done very artfully. I feel I don't know what Sparkle's Ian voice actress is like at all. Don't have the foggiest clue. Um, I don't know if it's up there or it's down here. Let's have a look. Um, but you can sort of hear, Sparkle being wacky in multiple different tones. Like there are times where you can tell that she's like laughing harder than she normally would just to be laughing as opposed to some other emotion, and you can sort of like get the version of Sparkle that's getting somber, the version of Sparkle that is desperately trying not to cry because everything is falling apart, and all the while she's still trying to present herself as regular Sparkle, the sort of the Mad Hatter who's in charge of everything. But you can sort of read between the lines due to the emoting that like she's actually fraying at the edges here. But yeah, so the performance was really well done. Um, the her opposite number, on the other hand, Hibana, is like she's sort of like regular Sparkle, except with a couple of extra notches of arrogant obnoxiousness put on top, because she's the Sparkle who is absolutely confident at all times, in control of everything, not at risk of anything, sort of thing. Um, and of course, she's the antagonist, so she does get hoisted on her own petard a couple times, which is kind of entertaining. But yeah, the stakes are nominally high, but in practice, the stakes are pretty low. Um, all of the 8 competitors have been decided, and by the end of the story, Hibana has been knocked out. So there are still 7 competitors in the running, um, of this, not the Holy Grail War at all. It's the Holy Aha War. Um, though you don't know who all of them are yet. You can take guesses by looking at the masks in the atrium, where when one of the masks is donned by somebody, it's basically like getting command seals. They become a competitor in the Phantasmoon games, and their mask will appear customized for their personality in the sort of the special sacred room, which are set aside as the sort of like the center point of the competition. And so you can go there and you can look around to see who is there, and you can see Hibana's mask is there, and Trailblazer's mask is there, etc. And all the other characters like Pearls is there. It's pretty obvious Pearl's going to take part, and you've got one that's pretty obviously Silverwolf as well. Um, but yeah, there's still a few that are not 100% clear who they are. Like there's one that just looks like Cthulhu. I'm like, well, who the hell is this? So I don't know. I guess I don't know. I don't know if Blade has a mask, and Blade isn't in the isn't hasn't been shown putting one on. Um, and he came for the purpose of competing, so I don't know. But he what does he have to do with Cthulhu? So yeah, I don't know. Supposedly, the likes of Aventurine and Robin are going to show up later on in the piece based on the databases, but and I can sort of see why they would as well, because basically ascension to godhood, like you do as the winner of the Phantasmian games, is kind of right up Sunday's alley. So Robin's going to be like, "Oh boy, I better check on my brother." I'm sure. um, but yeah, I don't know where it will go from here, because it felt like an introductory chapter. It's like it got a start, a middle, and an end, but it's definitely introductory chapter stuff. It's like we are going to lay out the basics of what life is like here in Planicardia, and who are the main movers and shakers. what are the superficial agendas of the people involved. We don't know what the deeper agendas might be yet. And here's our sort of tutorial battle for how things will play out. Um, Basically because Hibana doesn't have a very complicated plot. She just wants everyone to love her because she's the best streamer ever, sort of thing. Uh if she has any Ulrika-isms, I don't know, because they will be Japanese ones that I can't recognize. So yeah. Um
You're a real
it
one,
does get a
for
little
real,
bit
for
Looney
real.
Tunes though. Like there is a point in the story where Sparkle and Hibana get into a scrap, and it's literally Looney Tunes cloud of dust with things flying out of it. But yeah. Anyway, I've done the dice event, which is basically based around a dice game that is currently popular in Dimension City, as well as uh, the Bellabog squad on a field trip for as diplomatic envoys, or rather, Bronya has a diplomatic summit with Topaz and Pearl in Planicardia, and she just brought the whole gang with her, except for Jeopard, who got left behind, or rather, Serval. I think it's Serval complains that Jeopard refused to come, um, because he said that he needed to stay behind and guard or something. I don't know, whatever it is that Jeopard does. But everybody else came along, including Pitch Dark Hook the Great. So Pitch Dark Hook the Great gets up to stuff, and this causes the events to take place in the story of the event. The event is a very simple one with a very stupid story, and ultimately it ends up being one of Sampo's scams anyway, because everything is. Um, but yeah, the dice game is, well, it's a gacha mini game, right? It's overly influenced by randomness because it's a dice game, um, and they will compel you to play at least 3 matches against other players because reasons in order to get the Stellar Jade, but it is only 3 matches, and it is very, very rare for a match to last beyond 6 turns, and that's counting your turn and the opponent's turn as separate turns. Like, they are quick games, but it can get incredibly frustrating when it seems, as it does to me, like everybody on the other side is always rolling one of the top 2 numbers on all of their dice, and I'm looking at a rack of ones. That said, uh, there is actually a special dice that you can add, because you can equip special dice to your character card. That you can add where if you have had to pick, I think it's like 7 or 9 ones in a match, then you can use the special dice, and the special dice always rolls a 99. So basically, if you get nothing but ones and you've got this dice equipped, you're guaranteed to win when you can put it into play. Unless the opponent has a survive on 1 hit point ability or something like that. But yeah, I was like, oh, okay, let's see, who can I choose? I want to use Firewife, and then Firewife becomes the tutorial one, and I'm like, oh no, did they make her terrible? No, they didn't make her terrible. Actually, she's really good. I used her for everything, but she's also hyper aggressive. Like, you just have to come out the gate all guns blazing, and if you don't get first turn, things will go very badly for you. But it seems like in the story matches, you always get first turn, or at least I got in every single one. I got second turn in every single match I played against a player, I think, except maybe one. But the the Firefly card is very, very, very effective at just like stealing a march on your opponent and beating the crap out of them. After the first turn, you tail off pretty quickly. Usually, you can fall behind as soon as the opponent gets going, and it can go badly for you if they're like a heavily defensive um, card, like Don Hung or someone. That can get kind of rough because your damage drops so precipitously. But because basically, Firefly specializes in doing a huge pile of damage to the dome on turn 1, but her actual dice are quite low value. It's very hard to actually get a high score, so you kind of need to nail them in the face on turn 1 to avoid falling behind. But there's lots of other different different characters you can use as well, and you unlock all of them. You get enough currency to unlock all of the special character options and all of the special dice options um, throughout the story, and the story is quite short and easy to get through. It is. I like a lot of things about the presentation, and the actual game is quick and slick, but the problem is that it's still frustratingly RNG, and you can get like horribly screwed. So if you're the sort of person who just doesn't mind playing dice with other people and just can accept the fact that no matter what you do, you're just going to get dicked on a lot of the time because, well, it comes down to whether the dice like you or not, then it's a fine game because it doesn't take very long to play. What I did run up against was one person who tried to wait me out because you get a minute to make your decisions and do all your moves when it's your turn. And I went up against the Herter who just now the Herter has more HP than any other card and is very good at leveraging that over long games. But this player just like picked the Herter and then just refused to do anything. Just sat there and waited for it to time out. Um, obviously just waiting to see if I would just give up and quit and give them the win. But the reason why I know they didn't just didn't just like get disconnected or something is because they started playing in the last round when they realized I wasn't buying it and I was just going to sit there and wait. And I got them down to like 6 HP or something, and then they tried to salvage it and it did not work. Serves them right.
I see.
But yeah, it's all right as a little mini game, but there's also heaps of other stuff to do. Like when they launch an X.0, there are a bunch of world quests to do. Some of them are kind of perfunctory. Some of them are very silly. Some of them are kind of dark. Serathis was talking in the Discord chat this morning about the one about the dog. Well, the one about the dog is dark. It's quite dark indeed. Um, it has a light finish. Like it's got kind of a bittersweet, happy ending, somewhere between bittersweet and happy, because like a lot of bad stuff has happened, and that bad stuff can't be undone. But there's sort of like, well, in the midst of all of that, there is still a happy thing happened at the very end.
I'm
But
reminded of Robbie the Robot from Woowa.
yeah, it's actually I think it's actually almost grimmer than that, because this is sort of like the problem. Robbie the robot was just a robot who was like going through his last days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas this story is like somebody who's being destroyed by an institution when they did nothing to deserve it.
I see.
And it's like it's sort of like a very toxified. She basically encounters a very toxified version of Plan Arcadia culture. Like this is like aha worship at its worst sort of thing when viewed as a social principle, as opposed to, it's not like they're cultists of aha and they did something crazy for laughs. I don't mean like that. I mean like the idea that of happiness being the be all and end all, and you need to achieve bliss by whatever means necessary, sort of thing, and what that did to a person. So yeah, it's well, rather than spoiling it, because it would spoil it if I told you, um, it's better to play through it yourself, but you'll have to read the text as well. But yeah, it's something that there is an extremely strong and purposeful. It's an extremely strong and purposeful parallel to a real world phenomenon, um, and they don't even hide it behind metaphor. It's literally the same thing, except it's taking place in a Plan Arcadia context as opposed to how it happened in our world. And when it happened in our world, it was just as bad. It was terrible. But yeah, there's that one. There's a what else did I do? There's a side quest about an author who doesn't want to, who basically ran away from finishing her story because of there being so much social pressure for the ending. Like a lot of this the like little subplots in that are grotting around in Plan Arcadia are definitely things that are sort of they're going to be dated very quickly because a lot of them relate to social media phenomena that are just of the now, even if they've got like their roots in other things about human nature, like the direct referent. The referent is deeper, but the thing doing the referring is very contemporary. So, like basically like fan groups becoming obsessive about a particular character and fighting with other fan groups over the way the story should end, and then the public pressure from both groups overwhelming the author to the point where they can't finish the story type of thing. Lots of sort of like uh dysfunctional sort of like internet culture stuff and that type of thing is in there. And then there's other silly ones like you meet the robot who in my brain will always be referred to as Star Jumper. The text refers to them as Star Traveler, but because in JP Vita calls it Star Jumper, I always think of it as Star Jumper. Um, but basically, Vita has arrived in Plan Arcadia. It's implied because you find her robot that she travels in. It's a very small version of this robot, as opposed to the gigantic one that you meet in Honkai Impact Third. But it's definitely the same thing, and it mentions its master several times, and it is implied that its master it is implied very, very, very strongly to be Vita without naming her because Sparkle uh mentions the part where she runs Vita down with a giant gear wheel, and she mentions the fact that she has a contentious relationship with the robot's owner, except that that robot's owner is somebody that she thinks would make an excellent masked fool, and so on. So basically, she's describing her encounter with Vita in the crossover event for Honkai Impact Third, and they say that the master of the robot is just sort of loitering around watching. So maybe Vita will appear in one of the later chapters of the story or something, because they've crossed over with Honkai Impact Third from HSR in a few situations now canonically. But yeah, Plan Arcadia establishes that the Holy Grail War on Penacony was a canon event. It is not a side event that they will never mention again. It was something that actually happened, and it establishes that the crossover with Honkai Impact Third is a canon event that did happen at a real place in a real time. Perhaps not all of the things that happened during that event are canon, like the thing about the authority on Bellowbog being determined by the number of hair drills that you have, but the part about Sparkle and Vita meeting, having a punch up, and then reconciling is something that happened, which is an excellent FMV. If you haven't seen that cinematic, go watch it. It's a really cool fight scene between Vita and Sparkle. But yeah, there's also what else did I do? There's a lot of silly crap in there. I've enjoyed the whole thing. It's so much more light-hearted than Amphorius was. Like Amphorius was the one they claimed was going to be just a heroic narrative, much in the way that they claimed Penacony was going to be a vacation narrative. Things are so light-hearted presently that I'm kind of dreading what Xiaoji's got planned.
Yeah.
Because
So
if they let you ride the roller coaster up that high, it's because there's going to be something at the bottom.
the early bumps, aside from presentation, that Amphorius had wasn't the heaviness or the seriousness of the story. It was the densely compacted, uh, ever going exposition. Like you need exposition, and exposition done well, I genuinely enjoy. But they had so much to get through. It felt like you had to study for a test before you could do the story
Well,
in
the thing is that
Amphorius.
I feel like they were doing a high concept story that should have been more like a 5 point X rather than a 3 point X.
Yeah,
Like
you could have
the
spread those out.
fundamental rules of the world, like you just don't know the destruction very well. You don't know the remembrance very well. You don't know the erudition very well, especially if you haven't done heaps of side content. You don't know about those fundamental concepts. A lot of the sort of the connotations of things are things that you've got to explore yourself using external media. They created too much material at once that needed to be introduced, as opposed to being an outgrowth of something you already knew.
Yeah, if we'd have had
And
enough patches to, like a couple versions to lay the seeds for the foundation of those ideas, so they could have thinned the exposition, you'd still need it most of it, even if you told the exact same story. But if you spread some of
fortunately,
the ideas out, it could have gone a lot better.
fortunately, Plan Arcadia doesn't really have this problem because Plan Arcadia is basically a cross between, Real World Tokyo and Yokai Watch. Um, and everybody knows what Aha's deal is: entertainment. Like this is how he do.
Well, he is the best
There's
Aeon.
there is some sort of here and there sort of like hanging uh threads about, well, ultimately there's this sort of secondary conflict, much in the way the hunt and the abundance are opposed, between the elation and the nihility, except the elation is terrified of the nihility and the nihility doesn't care about anything. So it's sort of a weird character to the conflict. um but there is this tension there, and the the theme that's building in the background, it might not be one that they pick to bring to the foreground, or it might be one they do pick to bring to the foreground. But the one that they are working on is one of the sort of the classics of sort of modernity. It's not a theme I'm particularly fond of, but it is one of the classics of modernity, which is that without suffering, happiness doesn't really have that much meaning, because it's just like, well, bland hedonistic bliss in isolation just has no flavor. And that seems to be one of the things they're going for. Like, that this is why Aha fears the nihility, because Aha fears that the nihility is the ultimate destiny for elation. Because if elation wins and everything becomes about being elated, there's nothing to distinguish it from anything else anymore. So this is like stuff that's being built in the background. This is not part of the A plot, at least not right now. But it's stuff that you find, like bits and pieces of it here throughout the side quests and so on, and like incidental NPCs that you'll hear talking on the street type of thing. That's where that plot line's being built up. Um, but yeah, what else? Were there any others that I've done? I don't think I've done. I haven't done very many of them yet. I haven't had the time. The platforming thing is, so far I haven't attempted any of the ones that are allegedly more challenging. Hopefully they're not, because I find platforming to be obnoxious. But it's a very simple, very robust platforming engine designed to be playable by people who can't play platformers like me. So I haven't had any issues with it per se. Though I still don't really grasp the play your ocarina part, because basically there are these tunes that you can play that supposedly uh, will affect changes on the geometry of a stage if you use the right one in the right place in the right time. And the game explicitly tells you that if you play the song correctly, it will record it and add it to your repertoire, regardless of whether or not you should have learnt it at any point in the game. But you're supposed to be able to discover them throughout the game, but I haven't discovered any apart from the one they give you in the tutorial. So I don't know if it's actually that they're inscribed somewhere in a subtle way that I haven't seen, or I just haven't chanced upon them because I haven't spent that much time playing yet, or what. But yeah, so there's bits and pieces there that I haven't done. A lot of the challenges are quite simple. I haven't seen anything like the more obnoxious goat puzzles. Those haven't been in evidence yet. Um, but yeah, so far I still haven't done all that much in Plan Arcadia, despite having devoted quite a number of hours to just sort of wandering around. Largely because I enjoy just sort of poking around and talking to all the NPCs. Um, so I don't tend to clear things very quickly. I haven't even busted out the herder to find all of the treasure chests or anything yet, though I'm going to have to, because I'm running on empty and I still want to pull Hibana, because I like Sparkle and I want a Sparkle team. I want the Sparkle team. But you went all in on it too.
Right. So I'm in an awkward. Oh, I'm in a bad position. So like I mentioned last week, I was at a position where I was going to have to start a new team no matter what I did in Star Rail, and it's the position I hate being in gachas the most. Because
You don't have to. You have to, because the new follow up guy is a Penis hammer.
Yeah, so not getting that. I will just keep hoping to get enough Jeopards until I can finally put constellations on Numby or something. But so yeah, um, I decided to did not see a reasonable path to building anything else. I like Aha. He's always been my favorite Aeon. So we'll go for Elation. I'll take what I've got left after Aggie and throw it at Yaogong, and just the idea being that even if I wind up taking a full break, as opposed to just a story break right now is what we're at, I will have hope Yaogong, and I was hoping to have enough to get Sparkle as well, um, so that I could have a starting pieces of an Elation team and can build it out from there. What happened
Like, go on, go
was
on, go on.
what happened was Yao Gong murdered me.
That bad, huh? Like, I can see your pulls, but I can't see the counts that go into them.
Yeah, girlfriend, I was not counting, but she destroyed my savings down to like 1,000 after I got a light cone and cashing in all the refund pulls from the current star currency.
You know, people always say you shouldn't pull like cones for supports, especially the performance uplift for Yao Guang for her light cone is like 14% at best or something like that. But the thing is, all those things, those advices, if you want to call them that, always seem to assume that you have 15 um rank 5 copies of Dance Dance Dance.
Yeah. So
I have one rank 4 copy of Dance Dance Dance. It does work. I will admit that. It is an um unbelievably powerful light cone that I sailed to my only prismatic clear, my only zero cycle clear of anomaly arbitration that I will ever get. However, that you can't make that happen.
yeah, and I got one Major League Baseball copy of Dance 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 and no strays. And it's I forget who it's sitting on right now, but it's on somebody that I can't take it off of. Um, so I had to grab her light cone because I don't have any backup elation light cones. I got the battle pass one. So I went ahead and got the battle pass this time since I'm at least doing dailies for now. And yeah, that's where we're at. But it destroyed me after Aggie decided to stab me pretty good as well. So now I'm in an awkward spot where I wanted to take a break, but I won't have a driver for this elation team if I don't get Sparkle. And this means I've got to
Well,
at
no,
least do
no, no, no.
dailies.
Hold on. No, no, no. You aren't plugged in, and so you're just going to end up falling on the sword of not asking for advice first. But the issue is the way that the layout of the database currently is suggests that they are going to be building out over the course of this particular expansion two separate elation teams with their own complement of characters. Basically trying to do a more balanced version of what they did with Aglaya, where Casturis got everything for all time and Aglaya got nothing. They're planning to try and do that again, based on the layout of the way they've distributed the database slots. So already there are like 3 or 4 drivers for elation in the database based on the way it's set up.
Okay.
You don't need to have any particular one because Yao Guang will be relatively generic. She's not necessarily going to be the optimal one for every single driver, but she will work with all the Elation drivers. And the same will apply probably to Elation Trailblazer. Probably is going to be a support because that's usually the way they structure these things to give them more longevity. Because Destruction Trailblazer was a terrible experiment that didn't work. Um, and, you know, the whatchamacallit, the second version, the Fire Trailblazer, was just a mess because of the whole archetype being a mess. But we already have several elation drivers on waiting to come in. All before the leaking dried up, pretty much everybody agreed that both Evanescia and Silverwolf were going to be Elation characters. If Blade ends up participating in the games, he will end up being an Elation character as well. But while I'm not expecting you to pull Blade, what that does mean is that the category of Elation drivers is likely to be more populous. So if we assume one of them is going to be a driver, one of them is probably going to be a sub DPS, but in the case of most sub DPSs, you can usually make them into drivers as you want, like what's her name, Evernight is secondary DPS in theory, but actually works really well as a hyper carry. So Sparkle is likely to get deprecated out in favor of a more elation focused support, but that doesn't mean she's going to stop working with elation teams. It just means that it's probably going to be a second string team as opposed to the premium team, which, I play a second string remembrance team and it still dominates everything. So I don't think there's much need to worry too much about that. You're probably still going to be able to support with Sparkle, so that fills 2 slots. We don't know what the layout of Sustain is going to be like, but that means that if you can't get Hibana, there's probably going to be 2 or 3 other elation drivers to pick from. It's just a question of the way they lay out the damage model for each of them. So you don't need to actually go, panic buy Stella Jade so that you can get
Well,
Sparksy on her first banner.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. I was not going to crack on major spending for Star Rail over this, but
But even Yao Guang, I would say, wouldn't have been a necessary pull because nobody is going to be able to build a elation team in phase 1, and in phase 2 the only elation team that will exist will be the Hibana one, and the Hibana one will be shilled as much as the Aglaya one was shilled when Aglaya came out, and then it will fall off in favor of other elations because 1 or 2 of the characters that are going to debut in 4.2 will be elation drivers, and they will be anniversary elation drivers, so likely to punch above their weight.
yeah. So
So the way that when you mesh together the marketing sense and the database information we've got, and the way they just design these types of paths in general, I don't think that there's any reason for anyone to be in a rush.
yeah. So yeah, the thinking here was I don't want to be stuck without the support again. That every time I've let that go, it's been painful. Um, Not having Tribby hurt the entire way through Emphorius until the Shoot Dragon was able to fix things. Um, and then so I'm like, I want at least one Elation support. Trailblazer will probably get Elation something that I can use to throw on the team too. Woho's supposed to be getting a Nova Flare according to the old leaks we knew. Given that Yao Gong's energy hungry, she can probably work as the sustain, and then if I can just get a driver, any driver on that team, it'll probably be a workable starting elation team that I can then build out.
Yeah, so the only elation driver for the next 2 versions is going to be Hibana. They aren't going to structure the game so that only people who pull on this patch's second half banner can participate. So I don't think it's actually that urgent unless you actually want to have a full elation team up running in 4.0 because you're manic like that. Then there's no reason to worry about, oh, I must get Hibana, unless you actually just want her because you like her, but you haven't done the story, so you don't have any real special
No,
reason to like
no,
her.
no. The
But
driver slot here was already penciled into any elation driver will work just to start making the team.
I
This
don't think that the main character is going to be a driver, because it just doesn't seem to be the way they've been doing things lately, and because so many of the other characters' draft versions looked like drivers or strong secondaries. So I would say that it's more likely that Elation Trailblazer is going to be either an Elation support or an Elation sub DPS. But
that's what I
the
was assuming with it.
the current layout is that we're going to have, Yao and Sparksy this patch. Sparksy was supposed to be the first phase, but due to the delays got moved to the second phase, so that Yao the Chinese themed character, would be on Chinese New Year, and that's why she's available the entire version, and Sparksy's only available for half the version. The second patch is going to be focused on Ash Vale, and it's only going to be a 4 week long one character patch. It's just going to be one phase for the whole version. Well, that's what it looks like. At least for the limited banner, it's only going to be one phase for the whole version. Um, and that he is a ungodly powerful follow up character who is more powerful than most of the extant builds for follow up drivers, but structured kit wise like a sub DPS. So there could be a follow up driver to come still. But then 4.2 is going to be an anniversary patch, and Silverwolf and Evanescia are both slated for that, and that's going to result in me wailing probably because like uh, I like the Yai characters, and I also like Silverwolf a lot. I like Bronya too, so I probably just going to get stuck with whaling at this point. But that will mean that I am overblessed with elation, so I'm going to end up building stupid teams again, the way I always do in every game, because I pull based on vibes and not on meta. I'm very, very interested in the meta, but I don't pull that way.
Pretty much the only thing that will make me write off a character on pull is penis.
Well, from what people in the leak, early leaks, like Plan Arcadia launch leaks, were saying, is a lot of them were taken aback at how few male characters there were this patch.
Yeah, but they say that all the time.
No, they didn't say that in Amphorius.
Oh, I guess Amphorius was
They were
particularly.
too busy gushing about Mighty.
Yeah, I guess I forget Mighty exists because he had such little impact on
Well,
everything.
Mighty exists and all the fangirls are drooling over him. The fangirls are all still drooling over Anaxa. Finon has a very dedicated fan base. Like the characters that there are quite popular, but this time they actually made a point of saying, and the Woowa leakers, in fact, for the current version of Woowa said this as well, that there was strangely disproportionately low number of male characters. Like there's, if I think about in the plot currently, the only male character who's been introduced is Ashvale. Like there's literally nobody else. The rumors suggest that there will be an Aventurine SP, and because Sunday is taking center stage in the story at the moment, there's room for a Sunday SP. But I would say that that's pretty much it, other than Blade, who we know is already around, loitering around because he's already been previewed. So new characters, probably most of them aren't going to be male. Old characters, quite a few males on the scene. But they already have established fan bases, so they're like guaranteed sales for those people and for meta slaves. But yeah, it's based on who's got models. You're looking at Nihilux and Pearl and all of these characters. Although Pearl has got like an empty space for her in the database as opposed to a marked one, but she's also got a separate entry in the NPC database already. So I don't think they're going to back down from making Pearl playable, because that was what everybody assumed was going to be the case, and she's a character a lot of people like and is very marketable. She's an extremely pretty robot girl, and some people are into that. Um, but at present, her model is occupying an NPC slot in the database. So yeah, don't know what's going to happen there.
Yeah, I think that doesn't functionally change the pull plans given how the Yangong pull plans went. And what I think I will do is take whatever I can scrounge up from dailies and login bonuses and stuff uh, to just throw whatever I've got at the Sparksy banner when it comes around. Comes cool. She doesn't. Okay, we're fine too, and we'll just hold those pulls. And
Epid.
yeah, if we get the Jeopard, well,
Yeah,
we'll
so
just hold it.
yeah, I mean the way that I would do it I would basically decide whether or not I cared about getting um I suppose it depends on the level of engagement you want to maintain with the exercise of collecting Stellar Jade, because like I would decide, okay, like is it important to me that I have an elation team now, or is it better to just wait and see how Elation shapes up over the course of 4.0, 4.1, 4.2, and then decide what structure to go for? Especially if there's going to be more than one team that manifests. If it turns out that Yao Guang is a Glide and only works on the one team, and it turns out that that team is not the Sparksy team, well, then you might be in a bit of a sticky wicket. I don't think that'll be the case. That's not the vibe I get from her kit. But yeah, I haven't built mine yet because I haven't got a single freaking artifact that's worth a damn. My goodness.
I got
I
some
thought my luck was
shoes.
bad before, but this time it's been exceptional. I haven't got any pieces that are any good.
I don't.
None.
I
Not
can't.
one. Not even like semi-passable with like I haven't got two substats on anything. Not a single thing. I haven't even got one substat on any of the pieces that have got flexible primary stats.
I don't. I don't have either of the easy pieces, the head and the gloves. I don't have a chest piece, but I got shoes.
You do have shoes. Um don't have an orb, don't have a rope. She needs a Lushaka energy rope.
I know.
Did you know?
Yep. I looked it up.
Does anybody not need a Lushaka energy rope?
Nope. I think I took it off of somebody to give to her. I forget who it got stolen from.
I have spent more of those self modeling resins on making Lushaka ropes than all of the other pieces I've crafted combined.
Yep.
We should have visited Lushaka. That place must be a gold mine.
Watch it be with the planet where Wopo finally gets to shine with her energy regen on her ultimate. It'll be the ultimate planet requiring energy regen. Wopo will be there to supplement it.
I'm hesitant because I'm not going to probably go loud with elation just yet. I'll probably borrow a rope off of somebody else, a rope and an orb off somebody else for 4.0 to see if they launch a new planet ornament set in 4.1 in case there's like a elation support uh orb or something like that,
Yeah. What it was?
rather than
Remember?
rather than crafting yet another Lushaka rope.
Yeah, I think Member Berries was it Member Berries Trailblazer I stole it from. It was somebody that gets use, but not. They can run with a bad replacement that has functionally triple flats on it, and whatever its actual percentage status was garbage. Because I did have an energy regen rope, it just had nothing on it. So I leveled
Yeah,
that up,
my
slapped it on whoever I didn't use as much, and took the better energy regen rope and stuck it on the chicken.
the the my trailblazer is hogging a lot of good gear because I use Remembrance Trailblazer in Currency Wars, but I use Harmony Trailblazer in every other game mode for my break team because occasionally you can run because break characters like particularly Firefly gains a massive boost for speed when she's in her burst phase, and that means that occasionally you can survive without a sustain. Although I have literally finished, I finished a which one was I think it was finished the last Memory of Chaos. My break team finished, and Fugue had 20 hit points left.
I see.
2-0. So it is still dangerous, but
I
you can do it. And Harmony Trailblazer is very very effective at pumping up break. So I need to have both of them geared simultaneously.
when I do decide to pick the game back up and actually play through the story and re-engage with it a bit more, I do have a couple ways to go get polychrome. I have not gone and done chest sweeps of any of the last like 3 Amphorius areas, and I have not done the
To be
current main
fair,
story.
the chest sweeps don't usually account for very much in Star Rail. This is not Genshin.
Yeah, but they
There's
are
some
there
there,
as
but
a
it's not a
source.
huge amount.
And then there's all the current main story. Well, I don't have any of the polychrome from that. There's what you call it. We'll have the anniversary during this as well, which will usually come with a decent refund of polychrome or just being
They
thrown around.
absolutely showered us in polychrome this patch. Like so many pulls and polychromes, and they even use like twice as many promo codes in the lead up than what they would normally do. Um, I think that they were just trying to style on Genshin because Genshin has had the worst. Has upcoming patches like the worst patch for pulls of any patch in like the past 2 years for Genshin.
Mm-hmm. Spark is apparently terrible too, according to everybody. Although I don't know if that's just
Yeah, the thing is, normally the content farmers like Brax will just put a thumbnail saying X breaks the game every single new character because they have no scruples whatsoever. But even those content farmers are posting thumbnails that say things more like "Vaka's good, but,"
yeah, like
and when those guys are like not willing to glaze a character, you know there must be something terribly wrong.
they're like, yeah, the one video I watched, like, yeah, he can do damage if you have this one very specific Durin team. And by the way, never ever push his ultimate.
What does it do?
It's just a colossal bit of burst damage, but apparently the animation takes so long and it interacts weird with the reactions that it's a damage loss to push it.
Nefa's is a bit like that. Like Nefa's ult, it does damage. It's not Luna, so nothing in your team is going to buff it. And I think that when you spreadsheet the rotations, the difference between a perfect rotation that incorporates Nefa's ultimate and a rotation that just pretends she doesn't have one is about 1%. I
Yeah.
very rarely press it. Like I press it if I know that the enemy will die if I press it.
If you press Nilu's ultimate button, you're working with a proper rotation at a net 10% damage loss minimum.
I don't even know what Nido's ultimate does,
It
so
is literally just a AoE burst of like 20,000 Hydro damage. That's it. No special effects.
it's just damage. No debuffs, no buffs,
Nope,
no.
nope, none of that. Just 20,000 AoE Hydro damage in a relatively small circle. That's it. It
It's
is
not that impressive.
no. It is. You never ever push the Nailu ultimate button unless you're just goofing around. It is. There is no scenario where it's not a DPS loss.
I mean, to be fair, that's no big loss because she's not a DPS character. She's an enabler.
Yeah.
But Nefa is a DPS character whose ultimate does nothing, much like Vaka. It does create a couch.
I mean, this has value at least. Nailu doesn't even make things really wet with her ultimate. Couch has value at least. So yeah.
But yeah,
So
Vaka, I haven't seen anything interesting from him. Even his animations look kind of boring.
yeah.
Like
I,
he's just there to get the Barra fans all hot and bothered, I guess.
yeah. At least they give him a weapon skin he can go get so his swords don't mismatch.
Yeah, I mean,
He has the skirk shoe.
he does have the skirk shoe, but don't really think that justifies him. But yeah, I mean that if really it is set up that like I don't know, it seems like Nemo characters are kind of cursed. Everybody says Chaska's good, you say she's not. Um
Well,
the
I don't say she's not good. She has her uses. I just can't pump the crazy numbers that they put out.
but there hasn't been an emo character who has launched even passably strong apart from Chaska since like Xiao. Like Wanderer came out and there was a big hoo ha when he came out, and then everybody realized actually it didn't amount to anything.
Yeah, and Chaska doesn't really use the animo swirling aspect of her kit. It's she just insta triggers the reactions of whatever combinations of elements you have on your team.
She's the rainbow cannon.
Yeah, she's
If
literally
you want funny numbers, funny colored numbers.
yeah. If you just want all your big funny numbers to be different colors instead of one color, you play Chaska. Like that's not really how traditional animo is set up at all. There's no the swirl aspect of it does not matter.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised Vaka's not good. Nothing about his kit looked like it was going to be when it was in the elite phase, and they didn't really change anything. And I'm like, Are they planning to add this guy to the standard banner? Is that what's going on here?
Is Genshin intentionally trying to torpedo their banner sales this patch because they have the stupid Mondstadt Chronicled Wish too?
Yeah,
Who's running alongside
I
Barca
don't
on the
know.
rerun?
Skirk,
Oh, Skirk and Discofia,
Skirk,
right?
Skirk, and Escoffier on the same face. That's some like next level. This is like this is the greed they talk about in the Bible meme.
Yeah, I mean there are going to be people that missed Skirk, but having to do two at once with
The thing
absolutely
is, I
zero
don't
recovery.
think that there are. I seriously don't think there are many Escoffier havers that missed Skirk. I have seen people out themselves as such online once in a while, but they're a they're a white elephant. That's not it's not something that is very common. Like I pulled Escoffier because I intended to pull for Skirk, and because I thought that Escoffier was a fun character, and I liked her silly character story. I just like Escoffier. I wish she got more screen time. And Skirk is like, well, she's the pretty white haired lady, and I've got quite a number of those on my account. Obviously, I was going to pull her, and she certainly served me very well. But putting both of them at once, like there are probably people who did pull Skirk and didn't have a Scofier and mauled it over it endlessly, I'm sure. But I don't think there are that many people who pulled a Scofier and then just didn't pull Skirk.
Yeah,
It does seem to me like there are a lot of people who refused to pull Skirk because they didn't pull Escoffier. That seems to be like, I mean, I say a lot of people, I mean a lot of people whinging on social media, um, because they looked at Escoffier and like, oh, this character's too narrow. And then Skirt comes out and they're like, this isn't fair. I needed a Escoffier. Well, yeah, this is new Hoyo. This is what they're doing at the moment. This character and this character, they smushed together.
yeah. So about our master plan to ruin our bank accounts, you gonna go get C6 Chisa?
No, I'm not. I can't. I don't want to crack that open. There's too many other characters down the line. Like like Denia is basically going to be an unnecessary pull because I want to play the Fusion Burst team. Like the whatchamacallit, the off tune team is okay and all, but I like Fusion Burst better. Um and I want to leverage Chisa more. And currently, like the way things currently work, Chisa does about as much damage as Ameth in the Fusion Burst team because my Chisa's so cracked and my Ameth is just your baseline Ameth with her signature. So yeah, I
Yeah,
don't think I'm going to be going for C6 Chisa. Uh, that would be sort of an all bets are off scenario as far as spending in a gacha is concerned, to try and crank up another few, and the gain also would not be enormous. Like there would be a significant increase in Chisa's personal power, but the overall benefits both to herself and to the team would not be gigantic.
but just
They would
think,
be substantive, but not gigantic.
but think of the multiplayer with all the multiplayer content we had to do. You know, the ludicrous amount that WoW has, where we could run the Peeb Chisa team,
I mean, if
double
multiplayer was
C6.
a real thing, then I might consider it more seriously, and also because nobody has those freaking nameplate banners for C6ing uh,
Characters.
premium characters. But
If
no, I don't know. And possibly more importantly, you seem to be developing a serious gambling addiction as it is. If I enable you like that, you probably won't have any more excuses not to.
the what you call it, the temptation to take all of this free bot currency that I was going to use to spread across the patch and dump it all into Peeb is not zero.
Yeah, so I can't be sitting because like if I did if I cracked if I listened to your worm tongue whisperings in my ear, then you would probably do that because you've now got an example of somebody else who did it and it didn't give them cancer. So yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that. Now we're gonna get cancer. But yeah, that seems like a bad idea. If not for my own bank account, then certainly for your ongoing health and education.
I hate education.
How would you know? You never went to any of it.
I know. That's why I didn't go. Seemed to work out better for me than everybody that actually went to school. So yeah. Yeah. Do we have anything else on the Gacha Osphere other than dumb jokes about C6 and Chisuka?
Mm, no, I don't think so. What's coming up is Luke's story will be coming up probably when next week? Is it next week or the week after?
I
I
think
haven't
it's
checked.
I think it's next week. We can check the banner in this game.
Yeah, 4 days, 8 hours.
Yeah, so it's next reset.
Ugh. I went to the banners and Chase's banner came up and I felt a stake get driven into my resolve. But I will stand strong for now, so as to ensure that Aristeel doesn't become an addict. But yeah, so
Realistically, you would only have to pull one or two of her because you could buy the other one with coral.
it's true. However, that would still be me purchasing 2 more cheeses that I don't need. What I do need is functional teams because I still can't do any of the in-game modes. Although, to be honest, I don't really feel that fussed about it. Like, I'm happy being able to do a passable amount of them. But yeah, it doesn't seem like a great idea to me. I have other things I need to pull this patch because of I want dear Yang Yang. Yep, yep. I feel so bad for Yang Yang. Like she always writes such sentimental letters to the player, and we see them every patch. Of all the characters, she has no sort of like weird history or secret promises or whatever with Rover. She just likes Rover and writes Rover letters every patch, talking about what she's been up to and so on, and giving her commentary on the stories you tell her. Like she is more of a genuine friend to Rover than anyone else in the plot. And she's just like this 4-star in Huanglong. So she's getting an SP a few versions from now. And along with her sister, who's already established. I can't remember what her name is. It's another sort of like a double syllable name like Yang Yang. I can't remember what her actual name is though. Um, but yeah, her sister's mentioned somewhere else in the text or something like she's a important muckety muck in the bureaucracy or something, and she's from a musician family, I think, so she's probably a musical instrument themed, I would say. But yeah, Yang Yang's getting. The rumor is that Yang is going to get a Havoc SP, which is interesting because the nature of a person's forte doesn't normally change later in life, unless it turned out that they were never really accessing their real forte, or unless they turn out to be a resonator capable of a second dose of resonance, the way that Jinshi and Cantarella actually turned out to be. Except the Cantarella gave up her second one to empower the Sentinel to not turn into a fish. But
Galbrina has to cheat to do it.
yeah. But yeah, so what number are we on now? This is like what 3.2? 3.1?
Yeah,
3.2? I can't remember what
I
number
think
we're up to.
we're coming to the end of the first half of 3.1.
Right. Yeah. The fact that they deploy the part 1 and part 2 is throwing me off. So yeah, 3.1, the second part will be Luke. 3.2 is going to be a single new character, being Sagrika. The next one after that is going to be nobody really knows, because the leaks have imploded and there are so many fraudulent ones out there. But speculation was that it would be Denia and Lucilla. Although what Lucilla is still unclear. The most of the money is on Glacio at this point, but that's because the money is always on Glacio because there are no Glacio characters in the game. Um, and Denia is going to be in the Fusion Burst sub DPS slot because there has to be one, and that's the one that's handy in the set, the Sonata set that's currently in the game to support. And then after that is going to be 3 point what number am I up to? 3.4. 3.4 being Cyberpunk.
which are
What should we call it?
polychrome recovery times for us.
Yeah, because I just don't care about Cyberpunk like at all. Um, and there's supposedly the people are saying there's going to be someone else running alongside that as well. So maybe one of the 5 stars will be a freebie because it's a tie-in, so they don't have much invested in it. And then after that is going to be Yin Yang and Yang Yang Sister based on the current estimates from people. These are way more estimatory than Hoyo ones. There's way fewer people in the leaking business for Woowa, although they are not quite as persecuted as the Hoyo ones have been of late. So yeah, there's going to be some solid recovery times. I'm not that interested in Lucilla as a character. If she turns out to be a support for Carlotta, I might have no choice. But otherwise, like I don't know. Most people are saying that there's probably a Glacio hyper carry because there hasn't been a Glacio hyper carry since Carlotta. But we'll see how that goes. My focus in the short term is going to be Denia and then saving for Yang Yang. So, and you're just spamming them pictures,
Hmm.
spamming them peeps, spamming them Doggy the Wall Crushers.
I can hear you. I'm just peep posting.
But yeah, I don't think there's much left in the gacha space to talk about other than that. Lots of stuff is sort of leaking out these days about Neverness to Everness, but I haven't looked into any of the opinions on it. It just doesn't. It's like a nicely presented clone of ZZZ. Like it doesn't distinguish itself meaningfully from ZZZ either in terms of mechanics or aesthetics or sort of style or narrative presentation or anything. It's just ZZZ, I guess.
The
This is what it looks like. So
before we get off of Wuwa, I have come up with a master plan that I've begun enacting in my attempts, since he's not here, to con Fern into pulling for Cantarella
I don't know why you're so married to this idea.
because it would be funny. So you're currently on the planet of Elation. In your game, you should be well acquainted with this. But
Yes, well, yeah, the thing is, your argument seems to be the one that you presented to me in that cartoon.
yes. So the current game plan is to convince Fern to pull Galbrena, and then talk him into getting Cantarella as a EchoCast support. Because you can't just get somebody to pull Cantarella; she's too weird to gameplay. And uh, Fern is not averse to penises, so we have increased competition here for supports. But I just won't tell him about the
Cinderella's
China.
not weird. She's a perfectly sweet woman. She'd make an excellent waifu character.
You know, just don't look at her tongue, which she keeps
I
out way
mean,
too
nobody
much.
gets to choose where their tacit mark appears.
The what you call it?
And Sissia also has a completely animated tongue, the models say.
I see. But yes, the entire joke with trying to get Fern to pull Cantarella boils down to that. Okay, now we can
I mean,
move on.
she's not wrong.
That will work
It
95
is a
times out of
weighty
100.
argument.
Yep. There's a couple of weighty arguments.
But anyway, I don't think there's much else to talk to there. I have been following the Arknights news since I put the Arknights on hiatus. It's I think is in a lot of ways it's just a skosh too serious for me. That was sort of like the thing that made me fall off the train as far as Arknights, the original one was concerned, other than my complete inability to competently play tower defense. It's just the story is just grim as shit, man. Everything is bad forever in that setting. Nothing nice ever happens to anybody. It's just awful.
Bad juju all day, every day.
Everybody has super cancer. But yeah, haven't seen any new news out of Silver Palace lately. Duet Night Abyss seems to be chugging along. I haven't seen anybody reporting on it, but I also haven't seen anybody talking about it. It would be nice if the Gachaless Gacha becomes successful. I hope that it does, but I don't know how successful it's being. I haven't tried it out. Apparently, it was not very great on launch, but that's true of like 90% of Gachas that come out. They're not great on launch. The end of FGO ended up not being the end of FGO. They're still trundling along somehow. Everybody's all a bit bewildered about the state of things at present, on account of they seemed to be very, 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 very heavily suggesting that it was over, but it's not over. Things are still happening. Though how that all ties into a greater plot, I'm not really sure. But yeah, it is still a thing that's happening. And I haven't heard anything else about Hoyo's other releases either. Like they all three of them seem to have sort of like gone into abeyance. I think that they'll probably continue quietly developing them developing them in the background. They'll probably develop like a year or two of content moving forward. Before launch, and then wait for an opportune time to pull the trigger, because they don't look like they are going to be able to stand on their own without striking at the right time. I mean, that's true of a lot of things. It's not unique to Gachas or unique to Hoyo, but like Petit Planet is going to require landing at a time where there's a demand for freaking Animal Crossing or whatever. And Honkai Nexus Anima basically can't really release alongside something that looks too similar, something like any Mon based property. They need to wait for a nice gap where they can be guaranteed there will be no Pokemon product
Yeah,
within 6 months, sort of thing.
you could try it after a little bit after a big Pokemon drop.
Or maybe you could try it on the back of a Pokemon drop that was a disaster if you really wanted
Well,
to.
that's my logic behind it. You wait for a Pokemon drop to happen, wait for everybody to process in their brain this Pokemon was terrible because they're all terrible, and then give them an alternative.
Yeah, and their sort of weird zombie game, I don't even know what the story is with that, but it's not very far along in development, so probably not worth bothering to consider too much. But it is still a thing that exists. But yeah, I don't think that we're going to see any major shake-ups based on any of the stuff coming down the pipe at the moment. I don't foresee Neverness to Everness leaving much of a mark. It will probably carve out a neat little base of its own if it's like, because there are a lot of people who just sort of like blandly resent Hoyo for a variety of reasons. And it has got its sort of like GTA style angle on things and a lot of ZZZ type characters. So there will be a bunch of people that blue sky it, like that have decided that Hoyo are evil and pedophiles, and therefore they need to go to this other game, which, because they have decided it is not full of pedophiles, even if it is, just like Blue Sky. And then they will set up shop there and ruin that community, because that's what they do. And they'll carve out their little niche of people who give them money, and if enough of them actually do give them money, because they aren't part of that community of people who are just looking to cause trouble, well, they'll establish a little gacha that will be modestly successful, and churning out lots of gachas that are modestly successful is sort of what Perfect World does. So yeah, I guess that might leave a mark. Silver Palace has mainly got aesthetics going for it. There's nothing particularly unique about its gameplay, but it does have an aesthetic that's not shared by anyone else. another gacha could develop and could steal a march on that if they could put out a patch fast enough that was able to do Victorian England in a convincing way. But I think that in terms of aesthetics, that's a relatively strong card to play for the developers of Silver Palace, whereas for Neverness to Everness, I don't think it's a strong card to play because the aesthetic is virtually indistinguishable from ZZZ. ZZZ is just a more polished version of the same thing, and going up against more polish is not going to play out in your favor, I don't think. But yeah, ZZZ needs to save itself from its own terrible story writing. When they do major plot arcs, they need to be coherent, not incoherent messes. So hopefully, when they roll over to the next major version, they'll be able to come up with something a bit less chaotic. Because it's not like they can't do good story. They've done it before. They did it in the most recent patch, in fact. It's just that main story from 2.x was just so. What?
If you've got a story that people are slightly dissatisfied with, also don't just pull the ripcord on it. That was my biggest problem with 2.x. Like, what were there problems with the overarching narrative? Sure, of 2.0. I don't think I ever defended the overarching narrative of 2.0 as being a particular masterpiece or anything. But I think they only made everything worse by pulling the ripcord as hard as they did, and just be like,
I don't
abort,
know
abort,
what that
abort.
discussion. I don't know what that discussion looks like. Like, what what do you do? What a discussion does it look like? Where instead of choosing the option, look, we'll call some of our colleagues at the main studio to consult. They can go through the script and our plot direction and see whether they think that there's some way that we can, clean this up a bit, make it a bit more appealing, make it a little bit more concrete, and then we will make some late amendments and we'll push forward with the story as it is, except with some of the rough edges sanded off. And then we will just, fight the rearguard action of cleaning it up after the fact, as opposed to let's just chop and change a whole bunch of stuff, reshuffle it, cut out the bits that feel awkward, and worry about that later. Like it's I don't know. I can only assume that it was a scheduling problem. That it was all rushed. They were just rushing, 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 rushing. And they didn't take long enough to think about it. And that's been the big strength of ZZZ has been their pace of reaction to feedback. But that can also be a weakness. If you react fast without thinking clearly, or you just try and react hard rather than react well, you can end up with these sorts of situations where you've just changed things, changed things, changed things because you know that there's a desire for change, and not because you know what you're actually planning to do that will not hamstring you in the future. And I doubt that the writers are very satisfied with how things went, and the players definitely aren't. So
Yeah. At the same time, though, being uh, quick to react to the player base and having a lot of alacrity when it comes to making changes, that at least shows you're listening. Because if they weren't doing anything like Genshin, you know, I would be a lot more cynical towards the game. But even if they screw it up, I know they're at least trying.
yeah, I think that I need to see, two or three patches in a row of them like concretely remedying some of the problems with a lack of a coherent overarching plot that but before I'm like, okay, so actually now I can characterize what happened in the past as X, Y, or Z, as opposed to, yeah, they just dropped a bomb on it because they had no idea what they were doing, because that's what it looks like. Like they wanted to act, but they didn't have a plan, so they just acted.
Yeah, I've already written it off as they move too quick, too fast on feedback, and it burned them. And I'm just hoping the next story is uh, is better, and that they had a good enough reason to pull the ripcord.
Yeah, because I think that there's a lot of, they've made a lot of story gaffes, and amongst the bones of a good story, there's a lot of gaffes there. Like they will overuse certain things, they will reuse certain things, they will undervalue things that the audience values and overvalue things the audience doesn't value. though they on a narrative level they're just not very in touch with their audience. They are very in touch with their audience on a gameplay level. Like they react sensitively and appropriately to the things that people find repellent in gameplay, and they scrub out things that people don't like and they amplify things people do like. But when it comes to narrative, they just change things. I don't think they really understand what is going through the heads of the audience. But then again, I can only see through the lens of the Ian speaking audience and to some extent the JP speaking audience, because a lot of the JP commentary gets reposted on Twitter where I can hit the translate button. None of the CN stuff does, because of course they don't use the wider internet, they're behind the Great Firewall. So don't really know what the Chinese speaking audience has to say about the story and what their attitude and reactions were to it.
Yep. So yeah, um, I think that covers the gotcha news. Um, for general gaming news, the only thing that's crossed my feed is Phil Spencer and what's her nuts retiring from Microsoft.
Do we care?
Uh, there's not a whole lot to do with it. Xbox has been in uh its uh phasing out, as it were. I think everybody knows that.
Of its own existence.
Yeah, it's like it's trying to kill itself effectively. That any surprise, especially after Microsoft implemented the ridiculous profit margin requirements with their new uh penny pincher head of finance or whatever, of like needing 15% growth every year, the truly comical number that takes what we talk about all the time, the myth of growth. The to its absolute extreme. It's no surprise Xbox in the current environment is like, man, we're boned. Because there's just no reason to have an Xbox. No exclusives. All their pushes for PC stuff. Consoles are just as expensive as PCs these days. Well, if you can even buy a PC anymore, given the prices of all the commodities that go into it. But yeah, it's just growth in a market when nobody can afford PC products or PC adjacent products is impossible. So they've it's no surprise they're bowing out, because there's nothing they can do to fix this and make it hit the numbers they want, that their corporate overlords want. Like, even if they had genuinely good ideas that would keep the Xbox brand alive and unique, instead of just transitioning to a software based service on PC, which is what they effectively have been working on, whether they publicly announce it or not. Uh, you just in the current PC and gaming environment in general, it's just too expensive to see that kind of growth. So yeah, it does not surprise me that it happened, but it did happen, and that's literally the only gaming news I saw this week, because I've been in Eastland.
I just saw that the High Guard saga has come to an ignominious end.
Oh, and something special happened there. I thought it was already at an end.
Oh, they sacked everybody. They shut down the website, and it turns out scandalously that they were never an indie company to begin with. They were Tencent funded.
Ah, yeah.
So everything about it was untrue.
If all the stuff coming out about how they effectively were just the worst typical type of game devs, I could have almost felt bad for them as some devs that had just a bland mediocre game, but put something out there, but they just kept coming out as terrible people.
It
Uh,
do be that way.
and like like you could have had me go, well, they're still human beings. No, they're Californians, or worse, Seattleites.
Oh, Doritos Pope, why are you like this? But yeah, this is mainly clownish bullshit that I don't care about coming out of the Western gaming industry at the moment. Like, I've sort of almost given up watching it, which is sort of irresponsible given that we do a gaming podcast because it's just so they don't bring anything to the table. It's just the same old crap over and over again.
Yeah. Even in looking at my backlog, it's dominated by Japanese games. Western market just doesn't have anything. Like,
I don't know. I don't know what I'm expecting from them. I don't know what they would even look like, but it doesn't seem they're capable of delivering anything. Like it's the West is essentially a slop engine these days. It just produces the latest Call of Duty and the latest Battlefield and the latest Madden, and they just churn the same thing out over and over and over again.
the
And
same.
the indie space is no better. It's just a different type of slop they churn out for the most part.
Yeah, your team cherries are far and few in between in the indie space these days. Like, you got a couple people trying to work stuff out. Sometimes you get a clear obscure, but sometimes eventually the team cherries will crank out that silk song or whatever. But they're just not that many, and usually they catch you by surprise because it's a team nobody's heard of, and that seems to be the key component in making these things happen because these people don't have time to get full of themselves and drowned by the greater game development apparatus writ large. But uh, but yeah, like I'm playing through all the East games on my backlog because what was the most recent Western game added to my account? Probably Baldur's Gate or Bear Sex Gate 3, because my sister got it for me for my birthday. But other than that, I can't remember the last Western game I got.
Yeah, when I stopped playing the eventually the gacha slot content mill, I have a mountain of other stuff to play as well. Like I've got a bunch of the Trails games. I've got at least 4 Atelier games to play,
Yeah,
just sort of sitting there.
I haven't played any of the Rise of Saga in Atelier.
I've never managed to stick with any of them for very long. I kind of like them, but they're easy to be distracted away from because I tend to get caught in a loop of farming stuff and crafting stuff and not advancing the plot in any way.
Practicing alchemy autism.
Yeah. So I played I played Atelier Tutori quite a bit on PS2, but never really made it that far through the story because I was just crafting things.
I think they finally
But
retired Ryza and they got a new leading lady with a guy.
well, there are dozens of them.
Yeah, I think they rode Ryza for a while
Right,
because
Riser's just Riser. No, they always do them in trilogies, and there's a trilogy for Riser, like there's a trilogy for the others. It's just that other ones often work in generations rather than just being Riser 3 times. So like Rorona is the teacher of Tatoria, who's the teacher of Miruru. So
I
that's
see.
why those three are a trilogy together. And they all appear in each other's games as well because they're not generations that grow up. They're generations that, oh, well, I'll take you on as apprentice for a couple of years and then I'm going to swan off on an adventure somewhere type of thing.
Yeah, the only thing about Ryza that seems to grow is her thighs.
Well, actually, that's been a topic of discussion this week
Oh boy.
on social media because there was an interview, and apparently after releasing the Riser game, they did a bunch of market research to decide exactly what it was that people liked about Riser and how they could improve audience engagement. And the director's just like, yeah, what we found out was that people liked her plump thighs, so we made them plumper.
I see.
It worked, didn't it?
Yeah. Like I said, I have poked at some of the Atelier games, but I've never played any of the Ryza games. But I know girlfriend and her giant hips and
Riser,
thighs.
amongst the Atelier protagonists, Riser is the one that became iconic.
Yeah, girlfriend's upper leg does not stop. I heard DOA is coming back.
Yes, they're making another one, which will be, I'm sure, more or less the same as all the others.
Oh,
And the optimal way to play, like for most DOA games, will be to smash the buttons as hard and as fast as possible.
Yeah, here's the thing with DOA and any other climate in our lives, that would not be significant. Another DOA coming out is like, okay, it's a long number franchise, it's whatever. It's the Booby Lady game. Of course, the Lady game's gonna get new entries. But in 2026, the Booby Lady game coming out in 2026, when so many companies are afraid of the Booby Ladies, we need frying pan waifus. I don't know. It's just I see in the six axis jiggle physics a beacon of hope.
That maybe the cultural grip of women
Ma-
are a type of man might finally be over.
that the managerial girl boss Karen types are finally squeezing too hard and their grip on power is slipping. If the Booby Lady game can come back.
Well, all it needs to be is that people aren't afraid to release that anymore. Like they aren't afraid of repercussions anymore, and I think that that's because that they've realized that from because there've been enough people who have been courageous enough to not regard the possibility of repercussions that it's become apparent that there never are any real repercussions because the tastes of the audience haven't changed at all.
Yeah,
Like
they're boobies.
nobody spends any money on funding the IP with the true protagonist. That doesn't happen. People don't spend money on that. It's like I was saying about what the publisher for Love and Deep Space discovered is that gays don't convert. They don't convert to revenue. That demographic will not show loyalty to your IP and they will not spend money on your IP. So it doesn't matter whether they're happy or not. It just doesn't. Because making them happy generates a revenue loss. That's what the market research shows. Because the things that they claim to like, they don't convert revenue for, and the things that they claim to like, the core audience that does convert finds repulsive.
And if you snub them, uh, and do it in a way that is deliberately snubbing them without explicitly saying anything, like the Love and Deep Space people, that will actually probably be a net revenue gain for you because they will drive up all kinds of attention, but do nothing to stop people from buying it.
It's like, well, realistically, what do like wokies and troons threaten in order to try and get their way? Oh, I'll kill myself. I'll kill myself if you don't give me my way. It's like, yeah, that's not really a threat. I don't think that the CCP cares about you that much.
Yeah. So like if you kowtow to the managerial types like that, the busybody Karen esques, that you're gonna hurt your sales. But if you snub them, they're gonna go on social media and rage and rage and rage about it. But they're not gonna convert anybody that was buying your game to not buy it. All they're gonna do is draw more attention. Look at Harry Potter. You think the stupid Harry Potter game would have done as well as it did without all the negative press? You're crazy if you think that.
Yeah, the the current thing though is not about well the storm in a teacup that you see getting stirred up these days. It's not about, oh well, the woman needs to look more like a man. These days it is accusing anything and everything of being pedophilia.
Is
Like,
it?
the exact sort of thing that you want to do if you want to get lost in the smoke. Um, but yeah, that's the thing, right? Like people are claiming that people that ship male Rover and Ameth are latent pedophiles, and this is because of reasons. I'm not really sure I understand the logic, but yeah, this is not a phenomenon that exists outside the West. Like there are myriad interpretations of the relationship between Rover and Ameth in the East, like because the plot line of the child gets taken in and cared for by an adult, but when she grows up and they reunite, she's fallen in love with them because she remembers what they did for her. Like that's a reasonably popular romantic story trope in the East, uh, but it's not really popular in the West at all. But as a result of this, the noisy contingent of people who claim to be woo fans but really probably don't spend any money on it, so it doesn't really matter if they consider themselves fans or not, um, are saying that the idea of if you were to table the idea of shipping Rover with Amith, that's a sign of pedophilia because it means that you want to have a child so that you can have sex with it. Like,
Uh,
you can see the sort of space that their brains operate in, right?
I
The Guna universe.
like this is what this honestly seems like to me. It's just Gooner brain. Like,
Yeah, well, the thing is that this is not limited to Woo Woo. Woo is just sort of like the topical one because all of the the Western people posting on social media about Woo, which I'm going to phrase it like that because they're not really fans. Um, they are screeching about this non-stop, like really blanketing Woo Woo social media with it. Um, they have decided on their headcanon interpretation that Rover is Ameth's parent, which isn't really supported by anything in game since she was already a child who knew who her parents were and missed them when Rover took her in, and then Rover took care of her for about a year, maybe 2 years on the outside, before leaving to go get milk and then never coming back.
yeah, like I can see the line of how you can get that vibe from it. I got that vibe from it. But the impression I got is that Rover was the mom that left the kid to go get milk and never came back.
I honestly never got that vibe. I thought that like she was like the big sister, like the big sister character that Amith had come to rely on in place of having parents, but never saw Rover as a parental figure, just as big sister. Mainly because I never would have tried saying any of the crap that Amith says to Rover to my parents. But yeah, that was the vibe I got, is that she's like this sort of like, I don't know if you can remember when you were a kid, but kids that are significantly older, because Rove would have appeared to her like an older kid rather than an adult to some extent, um, because she's a student. That's going to be Amos' perspective, especially during the formative times of their relationship. Like when you're a kid, much older kids appear like sort of like mythical giants in your worldview. They're not quite like parents because parents are sort of like deities. They're a little bit outside your reach, but a older kid is like a mythical giant. There's something that you in theory can accomplish becoming at some point in the future, but it's still something very tangible and very different from what a parent is.
All the
And
people.
that's the sort of vibe that I got off of it.
This might be a context of where the vibes come from because when I was young, I did not. I was a oldest sibling and the oldest amongst a generation of children in my family, and in my neighborhood, I was the oldest of the kid group growing up. I didn't meet people who were older than me until I really got to high school. Because in elementary school, you don't
Well,
really.
there's only one grade in your elementary school.
Well, in
I don't
elementary school,
understand.
I didn't process. We were kept in separate halls, so we barely passed by each other as
So
kids.
when I went to primary school, my primary school had 82 students grand total. You can't separate out that small number of people.
Yeah, you might pass
So
by them
you
getting
you
off the bus,
have
and that was it.
so you are literally going to school with people who are 2 to 3 times your height.
Yeah.
Like that's what it is like. It's very daunting to encounter because like also primary school in the country in New Zealand is like 9 years long. It's
Yeah.
usually more like 8.5 years long, something like that. That's a huge gap. Like because the adults say so that you're all kids, but there are some types of kids that are definitely not the same
Yeah.
because they are huge.
Yeah.
Like you crane your neck all the way up and you still can't see the top. And they're just a kid. They're not even an adult.
Yeah. In elementary school here, or at least this elementary school I went to, the building was functionally divided by grade, and each grade would do each activity separately. So if it was lunchtime for one group, it would be lunchtime for that age group only. And if it was recess time in elementary school, it was recess time for that age group only. And they would, or that grade only. And they each had their own separate cutout of classrooms in the hallway, usually 2 to 3 classrooms. for that grade, and that was just how it was. And you only would see the other kids getting off the bus, and that was if you were a
Rural
bus
New
rider.
Zealand was very different. Was very different. There wasn't even a bus initially. Everybody had to either walk or bike or be brought by their parents, and that's out in the country, so that usually meant everybody was brought by their parents. So the busing situation was not there, but everybody shared the same recess time. Everybody played the same sports. Everybody played on the same playground, doing the same things with similar sports equipment. So, and you got to think about in New Zealand, what does it mean to play sports at lunchtime? What that means is rugby union, and playing rugby union with people twice your size is scary. Because I don't know if you've watched the way we play football in New Zealand, but it is not quite the same as American football.
No, but
It's
yeah,
brutal. And some of these kids are going to be twice your size. They could literally pick you up and throw you down the field.
that is the other thing too. I was always the tallest kid in my age bracket until high school. When I finally just stopped at around 15. A couple people managed to overtake me by running the height race longer, but
But yeah, the gist is that there are other ways to interpret that relationship, because like Amith never calls Rover mum or dad. That never happens, not once. She never even implies that she sees them that way. You could pick it up as an implicit thing that maybe she did if you decided that you were going to interpret it that way. I never did. I didn't get that vibe at all. Like, it's also the idea of my parent playing video games with me is just completely retarded. Like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way.
my
Like
parents didn't, but my
my
grandparents
dad
would.
was my dad was outside killing things. Like, that was what he did in his free time. He would never play a video game.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's the dynamic does not look even remotely parental to me, like in my worldview. But you can see then, therefore, that there's not this, canonical interpretation must be that it's parental, otherwise pedophilia. And this was sort of like kicked into high gear by ZZZ, because the Angels of Delusion patch came out at the same time, and basically anybody who decided that they waifued one of the Angels of Delusion is a pedophile. It's a pedophile, 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 pedophile. You need to be persecuted if you even show too much interest in pulling for them. Like,
yeah,
there were actually people campaigning, "Don't pull this character. We need to ruin Hoyo for releasing characters for pedophiles." That was like a thing that they tried to kick off early on.
yeah. I imagine that went about as well as all their other boycotts. But the yeah, even if you read, like, I got the vibe of Rover being fairly mommy esque. Maybe not a full mother, but definitely taking care of the kid, and from a standpoint that I felt was definitely I definitely read it as very mom esque. But I this is where it stops with me being able to understand them, because I am not Gunnar brained. So my brain doesn't see the connecting point how we go from that to to what they're raising hell about.
Well, their opinion is that there is no context in which any relationship between them would be anything other than pedophilic grooming.
The only
Like,
way I see
that's their
them able to
perspective.
make this jump is if they just do not understand human relationships unless it is about
Well,
bumping uglies together.
if you think that a true blue parental relationship is one where your parent goes to get milk and then never comes back again, I think most of these people must be from broken homes.
Oh, I mean, I can you certainly see it a lot in the U.S. But
Because the other thing, of course, is that saying that Amith sees Rover as a parent is nonsensical, because Amith knows as a child that Amith is an alien.
yeah, so
She sees Rover as something completely different because she remembers that she has human parents. So the parent category in her mind is not going to include aliens.
yeah, um, but yeah, I can't square that circle. It's too Gunner brained. It just it doesn't compute. I can get
But
a vibe or a
that,
read
that,
on a
but that's
character on
the
a
thing,
casual
right?
watch through. I cannot
That's the
understand
thing.
the Gunner brain part of it.
That's the thing. That they reason. Why do you throw around accusations like this wildly? To devalue it.
Yeah, like this is
How do you hide a tree in a forest?
this is the most unconscious form of projection I think that they put out. Like these people
But the
might
only
be
reason that you start this fight is because you feel guilty about that having been the first thing you thought about.
like Peeb is like 16, small and adorable. What? Because I mean Peeb, they're gonna come after me. Oh no!
No, I mean, my first reaction to Peeb was head pat.
Yeah, my first
Like,
reaction to Peeb is the meme.
but like that, realistically, when I first saw Amith, my first thought was Hanako. So there's not really much to be done about that because she's the pink woman. Like, it's not that I thought Amith had the personality of Hanako, but she's got the same sort of like, um,
Game space vibe.
she's got a very a bright disposition, and she's a beauty, and she's got a good figure and all of that, and she's sort of like the star student, etc. Which is what Hanako could have been if she'd wanted to be. So like a lot of people are like, oh, it's Cyrene, but my quietly my first impression was Hanako.
Hanako is fun. We need another version of Hanako. We need more Hanakos.
But yeah, the it's really doing the head in of a lot of these people who they tried to crusade that initially they tried to crusade that the Angels of Delusion were not for pedophiles, and anybody who was thinking that they were appealing characters was a pedophile. And then they had to change tack later because Nangong is like blatantly kind of a Mesugaki archetype. Like she's meant to be sort of like a cheeky teasing character, generally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, all you need to do is look at the sheer quantity of fan service in the rest of ZZZ. I mean, has anybody seen Seed?
I try not to think about Seed in her feet.
The feet people, yo. But yeah, I guess that that will probably just my throat's a bit scratchy. They'll probably just fade over time because of apparently the new hotness is Sisia. I don't understand it, but it is.
You know, at least people getting excited about the dumb, slimy, crazy girl who who's trying to do her best Sampo impression. You know, the girl is weird, but the character's at least fun, so you can understand the attraction
She
to it.
she she's definitely fun, but I don't understand the attraction to it. And when I say attraction, I mean from the Gooner brain people. Like she's like her picture should be next to dumb broad in the dictionary.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are archetypes of characters that I consider fun. Like the Kuka variant of character is fun, but I'm not Gunner brained. Although Kuka is definitely Gunner brained. Girlfriend's
Kuka
got
has issues.
Kuka has a lot of issues. Daily reminder to never forgive Crunchyroll and what they took.
My feed has been so full of people shilling Pinecone lately.
What
Like
they
apparently they've had like this major story development, and Kokoro got this really badass moment where she turns into a goddess and kills a dragon or something.
Yeah, wouldn't it be lovely if we could experience all this on an official English client with our accounts that we invested into? That would have been nice, wouldn't it?
Never forget what they took from us.
I'm so mad at Crunchyroll. Like that, never again will I pay for that service. Never again will I allow anybody else in earshot to pay for that service.
How could they do this to us?
I still have the Gourmet Guild as the only Nendroids I actively have displayed anywhere, sitting on my desk at work.
I never unpacked mine the last time that I moved house. Liz is still sitting in the cupboard somewhere. I should dig her out.
I even got the little Kokoro stamp to put on the Nendroid stand of the daily login sticker, just so I never forget what they took.
How could they do this to us? Where are we supposed to get our fill of cat nonsense?
Oh, yeah. Do be that way, Mrs. Stancil. All right. We did find a way to make the show about boobies again, by the way, when Fern wasn't here.
That is sort of our job.
Oh, Carol. So yeah, we're at 4+ hours. I think probably look at
Fern
winding it
never
down.
came to save us.
That he did not. So, all right. Email topic of the week: current gotchas work, or maybe you played an East game. Maybe you would like to talk about it because I've been doing things to go through that series.
Have you? Will this be the last on the list?
I have E7 still that got backlogged when 10 came out, and then I'll be caught up completely on the series.
We'll go back to playing the Neptunia games. I never finished Rebirth 2 because I was terrified of getting a bad ending because the bad endings are really freaking grim, and it's not that obvious which one you're heading down unless you're like actually purposefully going down through the butcher or your friend's ending, which is much more obvious.
Yeah. I've been meaning to get around to play through those games at some point. I started one of them and
I
didn't
can't.
get very
I
far.
sincerely can't recommend it unless you're a masochist because, or you just don't care about the quality of the games at all.
Yeah. But yeah. So I think we're going to wrap, folks. This has been the Peeb and Pink Woman show. We'll be back next week, hopefully with some positive news. Some of the gotchas are having patches. I'll have made significant progress into East 10, maybe finished it depending on the length and how hard I go at it. Don't know how long the game is. But when, you know, if the 10 to 15 hours of extra content added to the Proud version is anything to go by, the base game's probably pretty chunky. Um, so I will get back to y'all on that. And uh, anything substantive happening in the gotchas, we'll try to go on those. I don't know if I will do any new release story next week that's coming out for Genshin and Wuwa because I'll be in Eastland, but we will see. So, we'll see you then. Sayonara. Bye bye.